the other intro as soon as this wakes up.
That's a lot of entering.
Seriously. Seriously, come on.
You got to rub it?
Usually. Seems like it's having an issue with the Facebook. Shouldn't be. All that's there. Takes a minute. But anyway, so everyone, welcome back. We got Dave back with us. Limited time offering. He's been a bachelor for about a month. And he chose to bless us with his present for part of his bachelorhood. And we thank him a lot for it.
Yeah, I even showered today, Jared.
You even showered. What are you drinking tonight?
Oh, just the usual.
What's the usual? What's the flavor of the night?
I prefer to do a cognac, but right now I just got the whiskey rye, so it's
okay.
Bachelorhood.
All right. I can dig it. Whiskey rye. I've got a Guinness, of course. You know, the beer of champions. But for old time's sakes, Dave, can I get you to kick off with a little welcome intro?
Absolutely, especially for good old Tooele. Mm-hmm. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Political Head Trauma, where if a podcast had head trauma, this is what it would sound like. Introducing Jared Anderson and David Weiss. And we'll have a guest on tonight sooner or later, correct?
Yeah. We got Katie Adams is coming on. Katie Adams-Anderton is coming on. Going to chat with her. Be some local chat, but stay tuned. It'll branch out nationally once we get her on. But I'll go ahead and kick off this this intro Dwayne made for us real quick.
From the Great Basin to the Rockies to the four corners of Utah, Colorado, Arizona, and New Mexico, this is KMMU Main Street Media Utah coming to you live. You can find us on Rumble, YouTube, X, Facebook, and our website, kmmu.org. Please join our hosts, Jared and Holly, for Political Head Trauma, where if Head Trauma had a podcast, it would be just like this. Take it away, Jared and Holly.
All right. As you notice, Holly got, not ugly, but uglier. But anyways, so tonight, I mean, I still got to do the sharing here, but we've got there's a lot going on. We've got Israel and Iran, World War III, in full effect still. The LA riots, the National Guard being called up, Marines being deployed to LA. It's you see the videos and the images. It's like a war zone. And of course, the DNC is coming through and DNCing as much as the DNC has ever DNC'd.
Well, the argument, Jared, is that although there were some incidences, most of it was mostly peaceful.
Yes, mostly. You've been deployed. Was it mostly peaceful while you were deployed?
Honestly, I mean, when you deploy, it's like 99% boring, standing around with your thumb sticking out somewhere.
And usual military stuff.
You're lucky to get a good 1% of hot activity, if you know what I mean. And I think we are actually going to experience that with these protests because, it was hot and heavy in the beginning and the rocks were being thrown off the bridges. But I have a belief and trust that the current administration has documented very well what occurred, and they're locating individuals probably as we speak and detaining them and giving them proper justice for whatever violent activities they performed. And it'll probably, civilize itself down And I think things will move smoothly with the protests. I have confidence in the administration, and I don't think the Democrats want a violent uprising either way.
Do you think it's going to all kind of get sorted out nationally now, or it's going to kind of move from city to city with these, little spark ups, as ICE and Homeland Security moves into a city to sort that city out, that city will spark up and we'll just have maybe a summer of love 0.2.
I think a lot of people are kind of bracing themselves for it, but I mean, let's think about this. We just had thousands and thousands, maybe millions upon millions of dollars being poured into the No Kings protest by Walmart. Now, will Walmart have to be responsible for any activities that have occurred during the Kings protest? And if so, that would kind of incentivize them to promote peaceful protesting. And everybody on the right, the Republicans, they seem to respect the right to protest just as long as it's peaceful. So, I mean, in the long run, I think it's gonna peter out and die, but it's going to be very dramatic at first, as it was, and we're starting to see the tapering off effects because most people have to go to work in the morning. Not everybody gets a paid bus ride to go to a protest. And how long can Walmarts actually keep paying those people to actually go to a protest? So, they're throwing the gasoline on the fire, and I just don't think it's going to get hot enough.
That is a lot to pick apart there. Like, so do you think Walmart's supporting these actions possibly because of the tariffs, because it hits Walmart's bottom line?
Well, I think Walmart might have a bone inside of the game of keeping illegal immigrants inside of the country to work cheaper. Um, I mean, they're definitely one of the companies that pays below living standards. And
Do they hire, are they known to hire undocumented people?
well, I know undocumented people will go into Walmarts and clean at night.
Oh,
I won't tell you how I know that, but when you're married to foreigners, you just figure these things out, right?
You find that out through
Yeah.
connections. Yeah. That's,
But I really think the whole process of deporting all of our illegals up to the point where we're going into elementary schools or high schools to get little kids in high school and deporting them. I do think we are probably ramping it up a little higher than the civilian population can digest.
has that been something that's been done?
According to the news, I mean, they could just be highlighting a particular incident, but uh, they're talking about even the possibility of citizens that are actually here legally even being deported on accident. So we do have to definitely keep ourselves within check as a society to make sure we're not violating the rights that we go to war to protect, because we don't want to have people breaking our laws as a country. But when it comes to having to comb through the population and sometimes not getting it right, suppose we get a few legal people deported in the whole bunch of apples that we deport that were bad, we're kind of going against what foundationally we're supposed to be providing society as what is termed justice. Because I remember hearing about how lawyers will talk about how they'd rather let some criminals go than than have some innocent people persecuted. And
Blackstone's law.
so we're supposed to have a difficult justice system for the government to trample through. It shouldn't be easy for them.
100%. I agree with that. I agree that it's better to let 100 guilty people free than for one innocent man to suffer. I'm torn on this. I think we could easily accommodate open borders if we had a society that was not a welfare state.
Yeah, you got all these people on Social Security and WIC.
Public schools, just like that. The public school, you go into some of these places, I'm sure the public schools kind of get diluted for the learning of, let's say, just generational citizens, right?
Mm-hmm.
And it race or ethnicity, none of that matters. But if there's a school that has, brings in a 10% population that doesn't speak English, automatically that school has to figure out how to work around that. And
what's Tooele's English speaking rate at the current moment? Do we have a high percentage of
I'll bet Tooele's is, I'll bet there's a lot of Spanish speaking individuals, but I'll bet they're mostly bilingual. I'll bet in Tooele you'd be hard in Tooele High School, some 1,000+ students, you'd be hard stretched to find 4 that doesn't speak English.
And that's good. That's really good. I think here in Florida you do run into that quite frequently. So
does that end up costing the community more? Not that our schools are beacons of success anyway, but does that end up costing the community more? Does that end up where the community gets their tax for schools, but the schools still don't provide what the school is promising to provide with those taxes that are taken from you?
Nobody's going to be happy with what they get in the public school system, but if you have to make a comparison, you got to ask yourself, what are you comparing it to? So I'm looking at schools around the world that I've encountered, or I go to Brazil and see what
how's the schools in Brazil?
They look at ours as shining beacons on top of the hill.
It's a Brazilian that we're mimicking right now. A Brazilian socialist dictated this social emotional learning. What was his name? Paulo.
That's a pretty popular name in Brazil.
Yeah. I mean, it's either soccer player or this guy. I'll have to try to remember his name. Maybe I'll try to go to the Oracle.
Have you been using ChatGPT lately?
I haven't.
Oh God, I've been getting addicted to that thing. I probably communicate more with ChatGPT than I do other people in society now.
I've noticed when you go on X, every time someone makes a post, somebody else follows it up with ChatGPT, either proving it or tweaking it or anything else.
Yeah, and keep in mind that I've noticed these AIs do have a political tendency. It's pretty wild. So it's great for just trying to get a ground base for like information for today's conversation with the illegal immigrants. I decided to look up how much does it cost an American taxpayer to provide resources for the detention of these illegal immigrants, and I would never know where to research this stuff, but ChatGPT was able to give me a number for pretty much every variable I was looking for, and specifically I wanted to know how much it costs per day to detain an illegal immigrant, because It's not a criminal act. It's a civil act that they're charging them with. So you can't use them in labor camps. And so I'm wondering, how much does it cost me then? So, and ChatGTB came back and explained to me that it's about $200 a day per illegal immigrant.
It's a rough system. It's rough that we're kind of forced into this situation. We got the borders. I know that anyone who supports Biden says they weren't thrown open, but the borders were thrown open and we were totally flooded with immigrants, and the people voted for Donald Trump, according to him saying, I'm going to get rid of them. And again, neither of us are on the side of callous. I mean, you're probably in some ways a little more callous than me, where you're talking about labor changes, but I don't know how to.
That's not a fair statement, because either side of that argument, you're on the same position. You're either for enslaving me or you're for enslaving them.
And that is 100% true.
Someone has to be a slave.
That is 100% true. Am I enslaved to pay for their benefits? And that is a tough call. And I don't know what the answer is. I don't know. And we all know I'm cruising with an IQ and just barely touching the double digits. So, but man,
that can be a coin toss, because either side of the aisle that you stand on that one, you're not violating the non-aggression principle based upon the scenario. The scenario itself violates the non-aggression principle.
Yeah. That is a violation. I mean, it is a whole bunch of positive rights being forced from you to give to someone else. But aside from talking super nerd libertarian talk that'll make people hang up on this show quicker than anything else, but it is, and do I want ICE to go into schools to grab kids? I guess if they're getting rid of their kids or their parents, I would say the kids should stay with their parents. I don't want to separate parents and children. I do want to see a system where, let's say, if they're married to a citizen, I want to see a situation where, if they keep their nose clean and stay out of trouble, we've got a visa renewal system that's pretty simple as they work towards gaining citizenship. I don't want to see that, and the media obviously hates Donald Trump, so they're going to be very forthright in showing any evidence of that stuff to come out. But aside from them saying it, I haven't seen any official thing where ICE has gone into schools and raided schools. I haven't seen it. I'm not saying it didn't happen, but Okay, so the guy's name is Paulo Freire. Born in 1921, died in 1997. Brazilian educator and philosopher whose work revolutionized global thought on education. He is kind of the guy who brought in, I'm just shooting from the hip, I'm not going to read through it. He's kind of the guy who brought in equity in education. He kind of invented that and coined it.
When you say equity, what the heck is that?
Equity is where you start seeing education geared around giving benefits to people of darker skin tone or and
so it's the art of redistributing wealth in a more just way.
He's 100% socialist.
Okay.
100%. And
there's a thing to that though, Jared. There's a biological element to that where it's been studied in monkeys. So you have a bunch of monkeys that each get a grape and they're all happy. But believe it or not, you start giving one monkey a lot more grapes than another monkey. And their society within that experiment gets derailed. And,
I think that's a faulty experiment, though.
Oh, yeah, it could be. I mean,
you know why? The key word you said in there is give. What if the monkeys had to get their own grapes?
No,
does that change it?
They were given in cages.
That's right. That's where it's a faulty study. You can't give things. If you're giving things, they do that. But just like with siblings, when you're young, you argue that they got more marshmallows than you did, right? Because it was handed to you. It was placed in front of you. Even as you became a teenager and started pouring your own cereal, did that concern you as much? Because you did it. You were in control of your destiny.
Yeah, and in many ways, we do have a system where we give to the society, but we also take from it. I mean, we take your taxes, but we redistribute it through Social Security.
Mm-hmm.
And I guess the argument for our society would be, well, since Black people were enslaved, they didn't have the intergenerational wealth passing from their generation to generation, so they got stunted in their capacity to grow within our society. And it sounds like a legitimate argument to me. Unless
you study history. Just take a jaunt through any Thomas Sowell book and he'll dissuade you of that. I don't care what color you are. If you move into the cities and start working towards getting on the dole of the government, be that mass transit system being handed to you, be that, Section 8 or food stamps or any of that, those are the people that always look around with jealousy, such as our college students today who are given money for a loan to go to college. They start looking around. People who are given stuff say, whoa, wait, why was that person given a cent more than me? Or that person something, whatever I feel is better than what you gave me. But when you go out and achieve it for yourself, I've got a brother who's a lot more successful. I've got two brothers that are a lot more successful than I am. I don't look at them with jealousy. They went out and earned everything they've got. And when I could have been taking those same steps to earn that, I choose to be dumb and drink too much beer and do things like that. So it's a different dynamic when you go out and earn it. And you'll notice everyone who is out there screaming are people who are being given stuff.
Now, part of that experiment, in order to give those monkeys grapes, they had to be somewhere, and that somewhere was inside of a cage.
Still non-voluntary. Still.
Right.
They were captured. I mean, it's not like they went out and, I found a cage. I'm going to find my way into it because this is an achievement.
Now, we as humans, we're given something too, but we do have to be in that cage as well to be able to receive it.
Or born in that cage. Hey, let's face it. The United States, we can gripe about all we want. It's a gilded cage. There is no other country on earth I'd rather live.
Yeah, no doubt. I don't know. I've never been to Denmark yet. I've heard it was nice.
I'm sure it is. Hey, that reminds me. And hopefully Katie will be on here in a minute. I should shoot her a message. But so you bought a firearm in Florida since you moved there. You guys went through that process. Walk me through what that process was like in Florida buying a firearm.
What rumor did you hear?
I was on the phone with your wife when she bought it. She was asking me what to get you.
Oh.
Of course I know what you got. When your wife buys you a gun, she calls me.
Well, actually what happened was she gave me a certificate, like cards, and I have not yet purchased the gun because I'm actually considering an electric bike over a gun.
What?
You know what? Ever since Trump got elected, I don't know. I've had this weight come off of my shoulders. I don't wake up in sweats. I don't feel like there's going to be Gestapo at my door. I don't know. I've kind of lost that Civil War feeling.
I've gained it more.
I don't know.
But that's because I 100% believe if we have a civil war, it'll be started by the left.
Yeah, well, I mean, if they're not in power, I just don't see any problem.
But that's when they'll start it, when they're not in power. Like, did we have riots for the 4 years that Joe Biden pretended to be president while his staff did stuff?
Well, no, we didn't have riots, but we did have federal agents labeling us as terrorists all the time.
Sure. And what is firearm ownership going to do for you? Well, okay, we don't go down that path. But as a trainer, I know that people, when these riots pick up, people pursuing the training and pursuing owning firearms peaks up too, rises.
Well, here in Florida, what you want to have is a very big truck.
Yeah, tell me more.
Yeah, so in Florida, where it's allowed to run them over.
I saw that DeSantis and that sheriff said.
Yeah, I think it's the best policy. I mean, we haven't had a roadblock.
Well, remember also, there's that sheriff down there in what is it, Polk County, who says, "You're not in trouble for shooting him. Come on down. Every Saturday we have a free clinic. We'll make you a better shot." I was like, "What?"
Yeah,
that guy's my
philosophy.
favorite. All right, guys. So Katie's just jumped on. We're going to bring her in. We're going to talk about some local Tooele or local Utah Democrat politics stuff, and then I'm hoping that we can ask her about national stuff. But we'll bring her on right now.
Hi, friends. Katie. How are you?
Katie.
Good. How are you?
I'm good. It's been a long week, and I'm so glad it's over.
Okay, so tell us, why has it been a long week?
Mostly just because of my job. My job's really it can be very demanding. I manage a privacy and compliance department, and I manage the North American region. And so, with Canada doing its thing, a lot of days it's a bit much. So
what's Canada doing right now?
Right now, Canada is trying to be a leader within the privacy law space. They're trying to do more with data protection, and so is America right now. Canada's just trying to be a little bit more aggressive with some of their policies, and so it's a bit much. But we've been seeing across the board this last few months, even we had hoped with the Republican majority in government, they wouldn't be as gung-ho to create more privacy law regulations, but we're finding out that is not the case whatsoever, and it's been very interesting.
So is this a negative effect? And just kind of a breakdown. A negative effect on your job. What about for the populace?
I think the populace, it's gonna depend on if large business is involved in writing these. Like if you have a Facebook or someone from Twitter, even, these really big hubs that host a lot of data, I think it's not going to be helpful for the consumer, because the biggest thing right now we're seeing, especially with the Ancestry bankruptcy, people have been told they deleted their accounts, but in reality, it's just their account. It's not the data that the labs have.
So they sold their
genetic
DNA marker information. There are going to be a whole bunch of clones running around in the next few years.
Sure.
AI clones.
Yeah. Well, and that's the really unfortunate thing, is just like, I'm hoping we get some handle of control on our data, because right now we just don't have that much. And it's frustrating, I think, for a lot of Americans, especially when you have an ancestry situation where it's your genetic data that's very precious. Mm-hmm. And it's like, where is that going? This isn't just your cookies of like what you Google search that might be embarrassing. You know what I mean? This is much more. So waiting and seeing.
Yeah,
Wouldn't it
that's
be interesting
interesting.
to run into yourself one day?
Huh? Run into me? Oh, Lord.
Be like,
If
"Hey,
they
you're my clone."
if they clone me, they've made a mistake. I am a genetic hot mess. Absolute hot mess.
Well, that's like that book, Dean Koontz, Mr. Midnight. And that was a wild book. I thought that was interesting. It was like a early iteration of a cloned hitman that had advanced genetics or something that he metabolized faster, so they had a short life. It was, yeah. Anyways, read the book. It's a good book. So, did you guys already have your caucus?
We had our convention.
Yeah, convention. Sorry,
Yeah,
I'm not up with the lingo.
You're fine. It's fine. We had our state convention. Brian King was elected as chair of the party.
Okay.
By only 100 votes over. We thought it would be not as close, but it was fairly close, which was interesting.
Who was challenging? Now, Brian King was running for governor in the last go round. Okay. Who was challenging Brian?
There was 3 people. The closest, the one person was Ben Peck, and he is a campaign manager in Salt Lake. He's done some pretty big campaigns in Salt Lake, and he's actually really good at it. And so
But he just couldn't hire himself. It was conflict of interest. So
yeah, and I think some of it too is money. You know what I mean? Brian King had leftover funds from his governor race. You know what I mean? He has access to way more capital. Ben's 25. He's very young. He's very smart. I think he's a bit. I hope people in Utah, especially in the Democratic Party, can appreciate how smart he is, but that'll be determined. And then we had Archie Williams III and Jonathan Lopez. They're really, really new to the party, and I don't even think they broke like maybe 50 votes, if that.
So they're kind of unknowns then.
Yeah. It was primarily between King and Peck.
Hopefully they have a good future ahead of them.
I hope so.
So we're all waiting on bated breath. How did the secretary race go?
I lost by 30 votes. So it was very close. I think for me, I was up against 2 really heavyweight people in Salt Lake County. So I was up against former Representative Elizabeth Waite and a gentleman named Brad Dichter, who's very well known within the Salt Lake County Party. He's been active there for a very long time. And so I would presume, probably most of the rural Utah votes and outside of Salt Lake. But when it came down, Salt Lake is such a heavy-handed voting block that if you're not from there, it can be kind of difficult to penetrate.
And that's most of your party too. Is right out of Salt Lake. Salt Lake, Ogden, the corridor there. Oh, well, I'm sorry to hear that. I was rooting for you.
Thanks. I appreciate it. No, I think it worked out for the best. The biggest thing was I just wanted the former person replaced, which was former Representative Liz Waite. I like a lot. If I had to choose between her or Brad instead of myself, it was Brad every day, all day. So I was glad to see he at least won. Because he's really good and he's really organized and it's stellar.
So at least someone who can do the job almost as well as you can.
Yeah, I would say so. Brad's very intelligent, and so I have faith. And then for vice chair, we had an upset. The incumbent lost as well. Susan Merrill of Iron County won, which was kind of crazy, given that she is not of Salt Lake. And he is of Weber, and he was the incumbent, and he lost.
So, Katie, are you telling me that Democrats in Utah basically form tribes, like Salt Lake tribe versus rural tribe, and they just vote based off of their tribalism?
Oh, yeah, all the time.
Republicans do too. It's 100% natural. I mean, look at the split. Republicans, it splits north and south. So maybe it should go back to Dixie College, because
I thought Republicans were just like whoever has the most money thrown at. the population gets the election.
Sure does seem like that, doesn't it?
Well, you guys have, it's definitely very interesting in the state of Utah, because I don't think people realize that when you have congressional or, Senate representatives, those people are able to reach out to money in DC, and they're able to get you so much more capital. And I think that's sometimes lost on both parties, is kind of that ability, because I can tell you, when I worked back east for elected officials, that was a huge job for them to bring money back from DC. And I don't think at times we understand that here.
But why does money influence people versus trying to decipher the ideas that come
Commercials.
out of their mouth?
It's commercials.
Yeah.
It's all the advertisements you can throw. Can you throw up a billboard, a YouTube video, get on the news more often? Can you have a primetime commercial? Is your commercial attractive, or is it filmed on a sketchy video camera in someone's third bedroom? It's all those things.
Well, and I think some of it's getting out, but you look at like past Utah elections, right? You had Carolyn Gleick, who ran as a Democrat, raise almost $1 million. And although her counterpart, John Curtis, raised a ton of money, even over almost $1 million wasn't enough to get her out to be at least even look a little bit more competitive. And I think some of that problem is because if you look at her messaging, it's very clear that it was for Salt Lake and Summit County people. It left, like, even Democrats outside of the state were looking at her messaging going, but how do you relate to me?
Yeah. All right. You ready for the juicy stuff, the juicy questions?
Sure. I don't have.
What's your thoughts on what's going on with the National Party?
I mean, David Hogg announced yesterday that he was not going to seek re-election, which I think is going to be very, very, very bad. Because I think for a lot of, and I moderately understand why they're redoing the election, but I think it's still, even if it is the right thing on paper or by bylaws or whatever, doesn't mean it's going to make sense for the general public.
Do you think those bylaws are, for lack of a better term, retarded?
I think you can look at bylaws with, even in our state, it's so complicated. Like, that was a big complaint this year. Even the Democratic Party was endorsements from certain bodies within the Democratic Party. And there was a lot of complaints around it. And I think you look at the DNC and it's the same thing. How do you make an average person understand the process? And I don't think that happens when you have things like this.
Well, I mean, I watched the national convention. I've watched it like 3 or 4 times because it is outright comedy. When the last president is up there trying to read the bylaws, just about the making sure you vote in, it has to be a woman versus a man, and you can, if you vote for a woman, you have to vote for a man next time or something like that. And he couldn't get through it, so he calls up some little old lady.
Yeah, parliamentarian.
She's got to explain it. And I'm like, you guys wrote this in? And so I've heard it explained as it's the most DNCing that the DNC has ever done, which means the Democrat Party has a reputation for being kind of ridiculous about this stuff. And they took it to the extreme. And I wonder if those bylaws are going to stick around.
I think it's called a gender parity, and I think it will. I think it will, because I think it has been in some states, not all states, because those bylaws also apply down to the states, right? And I think they will, because some states have historically had a really bad time of not including different genders at different periods in their leadership.
I don't think the Democrats have had that problem for quite a while.
Has anyone ever considered, instead of gender or color, like little people?
I don't know. I don't know. I mean, I'm pretty sure a little person could be a man or a woman.
Just really break it down even more. Like, go into the weeds with it.
No, I've heard people wanting to go into the weeds with some of it, and I'm just like, but why?
Well, here's my thoughts on it. Let's say you've got your cadre up there running.
Mm-hmm.
And let's say your cadre is, just for whatever reason, all the men in the cadre are snakes and weasels and dumb. And all the women are brilliant and excellent and everything else. Are you going to toss that gender parity in there and say, you know what? We got to sound like that Les Cargill on the Simpsons movie. I need 50 short guys and 50 tall guys for security.
Mm-hmm. I mean, I don't know. And that's the hard thing, is that I think I don't know when the gender parity became a thing within our bylaws. But for as long as I've been an active participant of the party side of things, which is about almost 10 years now, this has never been an issue. That's what's getting my goat at this moment, is like, this is, I think, has been in there for some time. Why is it an issue now? Like, is this a procedural thing that they messed up on the beginning side of things? Like, what is it that's causing this problem?
Well, okay. Word on the street is, one, he went on Bill Maher and he said what you and I have talked about, how the Democrat Party has left young men behind.
Mm-hmm.
They've totally disassociated themselves from the wants, needs, and values of young men. They have, no offense intended, but they have totally gone into the feminine.
Right.
So he went on there, and that turned a few of them away. And then he went on and said he's got, I believe he said $20 million to challenge the old party members that are holding them back. Now he's ultra progressive. And so it's the Democrats. Maybe they're signaling a split with the socialist side of progressivism. They're leaning hard into the ethnic and cultural side of progressivism, but they're splitting by getting rid of him. They're leaving behind the social side. I mean,
well, and I think too, he brought, I think this idea of challenge, like, because I hear, so like when he was like, we need to like challenge the Dems that have been here forever, right, that aren't doing their jobs. Like, I think by and large, that is a message that most Democrats can get behind.
But obviously not Democrat leadership.
No, because I can tell you that, like, from the inside of, even the state party, was talking to people who are elected here, not so much our representatives, but people who are elected within the party. So like other county chairs or whatever, caucus chairs. It's like, they're all like, but that shouldn't be his job if he's in the DNC. The DNC's role is to protect Dem seats. And it's like, but you're not protecting it if you're letting so-and-so sit there for 1,000 years and die. And then that seat is left wide open with no successor. Like,
well, and then it's also, there's a view of the nominal independents, such as me, that Feinstein didn't matter. Mm-mm. She's been dead for 7 or 8 years now. All that mattered was the people who occupied her office.
Yeah.
Joe Biden didn't matter. All that mattered was his staff. Well,
and I think
so was David Hogg, was he for term limits? Is that what he was getting at?
No, I don't think so.
I don't think he was for term limits necessarily, but I think he was like, if you're like a Dianne Feinstein that isn't voting or isn't participating, like a really good example right now would be Fetterman, right? Fetterman has missed a ton of votes. And it's like, what repercussion is there for that? Because I don't foresee, knowing the people that I know in Pennsylvania, he is not going to have the support of Pennsylvania Dems to get him across the line.
But he's gaining support of Republicans.
Yeah, big time. Even my wife likes Fetterman now because he took a picture with us.
Well, it's not just that, but he's also, let's face it, the Republican Party is the populist party of the day.
Mm-hmm.
And Fetterman is the Democrats. If they had any intelligence cruising, they would lean hard into him because he's the answer to your everyman.
Well, and I think too, so I grew up about 40 minutes away from Bradford where he was mayor, and it is a really like problematic area, you know what I mean, where I grew up. It's kind of dangerous. And I think the thing is like him running was like, he was an everyday person. It was like, this guy understands what real humans live like, you know what I mean? And he dresses like us and he talks like us, because I think a lot of times we get these polished politicians that are just like not understanding how we live.
What's that black lady's name? She's always in the
Jamie Crockett.
Yeah, Crockett. Like you hear her before she ran for office and she's all posh and upright, and now she tries to sound like she's straight out of Compton.
Yeah, I don't know anything about that, but I will tell you, I think people want more of, I think they want real people. I don't think the polished candidates of yesterday are going to work anymore. You look at, and like, I don't like him, Ben McAdams. I'm not the world's biggest fan of this man.
He was the one that was the governor of Provo, right?
No, and there's no governors of Provo.
Or not governor, mayor of Provo. Is that McAdams?
No, that was John Curtis. So
that was Curtis. Who was
That was
McAdams?
Curtis.
McAdams was the congressman of 3rd.
Oh,
he lost to
yes.
Owens. So if you meet him in real life, he is very, very polished. And I think that was one thing that, like, I lived and worked and was raised around Congress people a lot of my life. You know what I mean? Just because of where I grew up. And it's so shocking to me when I met someone like him that is so polished, because it was like that he wasn't a real person. You know what I mean? But like with people like, and I know he's batshit crazy and he's dead and God rest his soul, but Jim Traficant, if you know who that is.
Who's that? Jim
Traficant was a congressman of Pennsylvania. He was actually Tim Ryan's, Tim Ryan was the one that learned from Jim. Jim was batshit crazy. The reason he got elected was he was a sheriff in our town. And during the 80s crisis where everyone was losing their jobs and couldn't pay their mortgage, he was the sheriff. And so he refused to sign mortgages because for foreclosure. And so he got arrested and was sent to jail over it. And so he's like doing campaign ads from his prison cell being like, I'm protecting you and your house. And he was batshit crazy. He lived on a boat in DC when he had to be there. Like, he was a wild ass dude. He finally got in trouble for working with the mob. There's like tapes. It's crazy. But like, he was a real person. Do you know what I mean? You met Jim. It didn't matter if you were a family friend or just meeting him for the first time. You knew where he was in life. And I can't say that for some of the politicians out here, like a Ben McAdams, because it just feels very plastic.
Mm-hmm.
I get it. So what's your feeling? Do you think there's going to be some fallout for the Democrat Party for this? Like, do they have a good message going into 2028 or heck, even 2026?
I would be more worried about 2026 right now, because I think the 2026 election will be a clear indication of how America actually feels about Trump. Because if they like what he's doing and they're okay with it, they should bring back Republican electeds to maintain control. If they don't do that, though, I think that needs to be a larger question raised. Now, I do think for 2026 messaging wise, I'm worried about the young voters, because losing Hogg, I think, is going to matter a lot to progressive individuals.
Well, where else would they go? Where it's not like they're going to turn Republican.
They
They're not going to
have.
vote.
They've turned Republican hard. The Gen Alpha, the latest batch into voting.
But not the progressive David Hogg voters.
Yeah.
No, they're just not voting. Like
They'll
that's
just
been their big thing.
do what I've done forever and just let election day come and go because you recognize it doesn't matter.
And I can understand that feeling, you know, as a Dem in this state, because like sometimes it feels like it's utterly worthless, especially in Utah County, to vote. But I do think in the other states where it's much closer, some of these Senate and congressional seats, it's going to be very, very telling of what is going on.
Well, I don't think you can accurately say that about Utah because your vote just gets mailed right into your box and arrives at your home, and you just send it back out. It's not like you actually have to make a day off from work to go stand in line for 2 hours.
That's true. That's
I
true.
had to do that here in Florida. I had to stand in line. And
do you miss our voting system?
I won't lie. I liked voting by mail. If we could blockchain that sucker, I think it would be the best thing that we could do.
That has to be in the future. Blockchain. I think blockchain for. I don't know. That has to be in the future.
It'll be interesting to see how tech moves voting, because I think you're right. I think there are things about voting currently that we could do better, but I think it's going to be very interesting. It was very eye-opening for me last week or the week before. I voted in the Italian elections, and that shit is so barbaric. Like, it's crazy, just the difference between Americans and Italy, because like you get this paper and they're huge, and it says like sí or no, and then it has like the text of what you're voting on, and so you have to either slash out sí or no for how you want to vote. Crazy. But
do they vote on more down to the minuscule importance things? Like
this year there was 5 referendums. 4 of them were related to like employment. 1 of them was related to immigration.
And that's all of Italy all at once votes on that.
Yep.
Where here we deal with that, but that's on a state by state and sometimes county by county basis.
Yeah, it can be. The thing is that for Italy, that's drastically different too with the laws, is you have to have a quorum of voters. So only 30% of voters this time came out and voted, so it didn't make it. So you have to have 50% plus 1 of voters participate in the elections for anything to pass.
That's of adults, not just of voters. That's of adults.
Anyone who can vote in Italy.
Any like registered voter.
Yeah. So
how wild is that? And
there isn't really like voter registration. Like if you're an adult and you're a citizen, you can vote.
So that's interesting. You got to have a quorum for it even to count.
Yeah, because the big thing.
Do they write laws like behind closed doors sometimes, and poof, there's a law, and you had no idea?
There can be sometimes. The biggest thing with like these referendums, like I think it was like 3 sentences max.
Who is it? Who knew that the place that invented the fasci and republicanism is now like, that's heavy. That's Democrat right there. That's as democratic as you can get before it goes to chaos.
Yeah, it's nice. Like our legislative, they still make laws and stuff, and sometimes they suck. But you know, it's like anywhere.
Like all cars have to break down at 30,000 miles, and every 30,000 miles thereafter.
It's definitely very interesting. That's for sure. Like it sometimes makes it very interesting because I listen to some of my full like American friends who are just like, man, I wish I could leave here. And it's like, do you understand? Like other countries suck just as much. Like
there
I
is
swear that.
Me and Dave were just talking about it. There is nowhere else on earth I'd rather live.
Mm-hmm.
There's not another country out there I would even dream of living in.
Well, I do dream of living in Liberland, but it's just a dream.
But didn't you? Did you, when you were active duty military, were you ever stationed out of the U.S.?
I went to.
I've been everywhere.
Yeah, and I think some of that too is like you got like I think military folks like it's like I don't want to go anywhere except for the country. You know what I mean? After being told like everywhere you're gonna have to go and stay, I think that wanderlust dies a little.
Maybe, but I mean, I went to Korea and I went to Gitmo, but that was technically U.S. land, but it should have been considered Jamaica because everyone that worked there was Jamaican.
Yeah.
But I mean, Korea
I'd
was
rather
beautiful.
stay home on Friday night than go out.
Yeah,
That's how.
Korea was
much
beautiful.
Of a homebody I am now.
Korea looked just like Utah, the terrain, except it had rainy season but it had the terrain of Utah, kind of the Great Basin feel. But it was I wouldn't want to live there. Well, one, I mean, I'm a kook about guns, so I wouldn't want to live anywhere where my personal defense is left up to others who historically have been the most damaging against your personal defense.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, governments, I don't care what you say, governments are still the number one killer of their own population.
For sure.
Yeah, look at how hard it is to even get gun rights in other countries. I mean, the only other countries I can think of that have great gun laws now are Israel and Ukraine. And they did not too long ago.
They had to get those because someone else forced their hand. Well, I mean, there's those sub-Saharan African countries where, Congo, I'm pretty sure it's easy to get a gun there.
Trying to remember with
Somalia.
Because when I worked,
no, actually, they're illegal there.
Denmark? In Somalia.
Yeah, at least Somaliland, you're not allowed to have a gun.
In Somalia, they might be illegal, but there's no government to enforce the illegality. That's why that whole Fedayeen market was built up.
I know my coworkers in Denmark, they had guns, but I think it had to be like special kind of guns. Like for hunting and stuff. Like you had to prove it was actually for hunting.
Powder.
Yeah. All my guns are for hunting too, kids. I promise. But it's just I don't know. I don't know if that's one thing. Like I'm very serious about taking mine and my family's protection into my own hands as the first limiter.
Right.
I'm okay if the government comes in as a second limiter, but I want to be the first.
Yeah, and I think that's sometimes just like a hard thing, I think, for some people to wrap their head around, especially those that haven't lived with, in Italy we can have guns. That's fine.
What can you have? Tell me more.
You can have handguns, apparently. I just Googled it.
Oh, so nice.
I'm pretty sure, but you're not allowed fully automatic. It's just.
So it's about the same. Do you have to get a special permit?
Just says no. So I'm going to say you can't even get it there, which I don't. That's fine. But no, it's definitely very interesting with guns. Cause like, I'm very like down low, even after everything I've been through, like I'm okay with guns. Like I don't have a problem with it, whatever. It's good with me. But it's so interesting to me, the people who are so like my sister-in-law is so anti-guns that she won't let her kids in a home with guns, even if they're properly locked. And I just don't understand that. I would hate for her to know how I was raised. My grandfather kept his guns in a curio cabinet that he custom made.
Yeah, and lit.
Yeah, it was like
beautiful. Like they were decorations.
Yeah, he was just like, and the ammo was right underneath it, like definitely not locked. But we learned that like you couldn't be like a dum-dum, you know what I mean, with the guns.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you can teach a 5-year-old the 5 safety rules. Easy.
Yeah. I personally think like in health class, they should teach a section on gun safety.
I think long before health. I think they should start out probably about 4th grade.
Have you seen the Chinese videos where the young kids they get military uniforms and they're doing military drills with their guns, boys and girls at
Yeah,
very
they've
young ages.
they've got the me and my mortar play set out in the, out in the playground. Yeah.
And I'm just thinking, man, they're so far ahead of us.
Yes,
Well,
they are.
I don't think you can control what other people do in their home. So wouldn't you rather? And the gun thing, as much as people hate it, it's not going away. Gun ownership is as American as apple pie. So wouldn't you rather teach your kid what to do instead of saying, "Oh, just don't touch, don't," you know what I mean? Like, I would rather give my kids the tools to know how to deal with the situation than just to say run away, and pray you're faster than a bullet.
Yeah, I always advocate for taking away sports and replacing it with something useful like that.
I mean, I get it. Like, that's how I feel. I shot competitive archery growing up, and like, it's great. You know what I mean? Not really useful compared to something like that.
No,
well, you never know, Katie. That
archery's very useful. You just got to start hunting.
Yeah, well, I did competition. You know what I mean? I did more target stuff than anything. Never hunting.
A deer's a target.
I mean, you're not wrong.
I'm 100% not wrong.
My bow pullback is like, it might be 30 pounds. It's nothing because
That's why you get a compound bow.
Yeah,
they're called fallback skills, Katie. One day,
multiply that 30. You multiply that 30 into a 60.
Yeah, that's true. I don't know. I was thinking about starting to shoot again the other day, but I need to get a new string. So
yeah,
it's been a minute.
Yeah, so I don't know. I am interested to see what happens with the Democrat Party. I'm not lying. I am interested to see what happens in 2026, the ramp up for the election. Is this? See, right now we're hitting a bullhead. So the ICE immigration stuff kicked off, and the Democrats, it looks like, so outside observer, leaned into this is going to be unpopular. Well, apparently there was a popularity poll on ICE, and ICE is 2 points more popular than it's not popular. And some of those unpopular votes are people who think ICE isn't going hard enough.
So, I would be curious of what the sample size of that poll was.
Well, and that's true, all that. But you look at it, it seems like the Democrats are getting ahead of this. You've got, what's his name, Johnson in Chicago? Is that his name? Adams in New York. Is it Johnson?
Oh, Mayor Adams?
Yeah, they're all getting ahead of it. They're striking while the iron's hot and subduing protests.
Well, Mayor Adams is no longer a Democrat.
Well, he
was never a Democrat.
He was always a Democrat.
He was never a Democrat.
He was always a Democrat. He was always a socialist. Just because he's a cop doesn't mean he's not a Democrat.
So in New York City, in order to win, you have to be a registered Dem. And the thing is that with him, okay, he was Republican from 1995 to I think to 2001 or 2. And I think he flipped because of the need to get into politics in New York because he couldn't win as a Republican.
Not just politics, but to get into, well, although it is a political position, I would bet everything I own that you have to be a party member to move up in the police precincts.
Oh, absolutely, especially in New York City.
I would bet it's you got to have that in your repertoire, which is why he maneuvered over.
Well, you think about it, like money, like we talked about money earlier. Like it's very likely he wasn't even invited to the big kid table of the big donors, and until he switched his party affiliation. Because that wouldn't surprise me.
I did not know he pulled a Donald Trump.
There's so many of them that do yeah. Well, yeah. But there's a lot of them that do that in New York City, like that are like a Rudy Giuliani. You know what I mean? Like he's the same. And so it's a really big thing in New York that you have to be a Dem to win.
Well, here's a big question about It seems like Democrat-run cities right now are having a terrible time at life. They keep losing population. Democrat states too. I mean, they keep losing population and losing. Now, California changes the dynamics on the population side, but they gain population from across the border, but they're losing businesses like crazy.
Yeah, and I don't know about that. My only reason is that I think until you start seeing companies like in the Silicon Valley leave, the really big, heavy money winning guys, you know what I mean? Like, I think that's when then you can say like the policies have gone too far.
It's already happened.
But
Oracle moved to Utah 8 years ago.
But they still maintain a headquarters in Silicon Valley,
Does Oracle?
to the best of my knowledge.
I thought Oracle's everything was out here.
They're still in there.
You know, I look at how many congressmen they have. How has their congressman numbers dropped? And if so, by how many?
Well, it's not dropping. It's not dropping because illegal immigrants get counted on the census. No offense, but I think that's why the Democrats have leaned into open borders, because they know that the illegals are going to run to the Democrat sanctuary cities, going to bolster numbers. Census comes out, they don't lose any congressmen. If they were to do this is the word on the street, people who count all the numbers, that if California, if they went to only citizens counted towards the census on congressional percentage, California would half their Congress people.
Well, ICE might make that a thing.
They might. Of course, our next census isn't for 4 more years. 5 more years.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. I think it'll be interesting because I don't know how they determine who gets what and how many Congress seats.
It's all percentage of population, which is why
they ask citizenship for the census.
But overall numbers count.
You wouldn't think
that was something Trump tried to push through in his last go round, and he got beaten out.
That just surprises me, because you would think they have the ability to filter it. You know what I mean? Like, you have the information accessible. Why wouldn't you use it?
Here would be the crazy test. This would be a test to see if the Democrat Party leadership is earnest, and these governors, is if they made it so that congressional seats were apportioned by citizens, if those sanctuary cities remained sanctuary cities.
Yeah, I don't know. I think those types of things, anytime where data is involved, it would be very interesting to see what it does. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
I think that it would be curious to know too, state by state and city by city, how safe cities are created, because most of the time, to my understanding, it's your city councils that are doing these resolutions, right, and declaring themselves as a safe city. And so it becomes, but then again, you have general voters who are registered to vote, who are U.S. citizens, that are voting for these people. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I don't know. That's the question. Well, that's the question. Is it just a shrewd political move, or is it earnest and heartfelt?
Well, if it's about Congress seats, if it's seats in Congress that is the ultimate goal, then ICE is going to be the Republicans' weapon, and open borders would be the Democrat weapon. Then, I mean, that really does put it all into clarity for me, because now I never really thought about what you said in California. If you got rid of all the illegal people, would you lose Congress seats? Which makes sense to why they're so aggressive about getting rid of illegal immigrants.
Well, and I think too that they're people. Like some of these people have lived here all their lives. You know what I mean? You think of like DACA recipients. I think maybe some of it might be for some the fact of congressional, appropriation, but also too it could also be the fact that like these are human beings with real lives.
Oh, they are 100%. 100%. And here's the tough part. The tough part of the conversation is so are the people who are held at threat of imprisonment and death, who have to give up a portion of their income that inevitably goes to support or gets diluted because of.
Mm-hmm.
And that's where you have I've argued this forever. You can have either open borders or a welfare state, but you cannot support both.
Yeah.
That is the recipe for ruin.
Yeah. And see, I look at our system in the States right now, like the largest places that are welfare recipients tend to be in the South, right? And I don't know how,
No, you're 100% right.
And a lot of it too, you have to look at is like historically, like what has happened there. And they haven't, like the South has never recovered from the Civil War. And I think a lot of these people who are on, in those very, very conservative states, they do not allow individuals who are undocumented or non-citizens receive any form of, benefits or those types of things.
I promise you there are forms of benefits they receive.
Like what though?
They protect them. They do protect them.
No, the first one is public school.
Yeah. Public school.
That's the first one. And that is the one that hits everyone in the wallets hardest. Now, granted, yes, the South, you've got, Mississippi and northern Louisiana. There are places that still haven't recovered from the Civil War 100%. They haven't moved forward technologically.
Mm-hmm.
I would also argue that some of their setback is because of the mentality of the South leading up to the Civil War. It's well known. They wrote about it after Rome fell. They wrote about it at Greece. Whenever you have a slave state, a slave state subjugates everyone. It sets everyone back because it makes it so that the very few have everything and everyone else has nothing. And everyone else who has nothing can't even compete to get on the mat because the people who have everything has that free labor that they will send out to recover anything that's available.
Yeah. And I think that's a very fair point. Is kind of that switch from going from slavery, free labor to now you have to pay people. They never adjusted because you even look afterwards, after liberation, they tried to do like apprenticeships. I don't remember what the legal wording was that they tried, but it was like basically slavery just with steps.
And essentially indentured servitude. It was slavery with a term limit.
Yeah. And it was just a bit much.
And it's true, but you got to think everyone else that was down there that was not a slave owner never moved forward in life. So they started out as bottom rung as the slaves.
Right.
They were free men, but they could never find work.
And I think that's the hardest thing is I think that's why like when a lot of, once the slavery had ended, many of Black families immigrated up north.
Yeah, well, it wasn't immediately after. They started immigrating up north as promises came about from the cities.
Yeah, because I know Cleveland, Pittsburgh, Youngstown, like where I grew up, it was a big push for them to come work in the factories.
Yeah, they needed labor. They needed and wanted labor. After the wobbly movement of the 1900s, they says, why are we going overseas to find labor? We've got labor right there.
Yep.
And they advertised to them, started running the trains north. And it did for a time provide a very excellent life for them. And then the cities got prosperous, and then they, the story of Detroit, it got prosperous, and then it leaned into socialism. It collapsed, and now, it's building back up with the ultra wealthy are building super condominiums there.
Well, you also have to consider the foreign slavery. I mean, you have people in China working for pennies that sell cheap products into our market, and now our well-paid people have to compete with that. So
it's a tough thing.
There's really no way to balance it out unless every government's willing to play by.
Well, and that just proves my argument. Why isn't cheap crap being built over here? Because there's a slave owner that's occupying that market and taking up any opportunity.
And I think the hard thing is we as Americans, I hear this all the time where it's like, oh, I only buy ethically sourced vanilla bean or ethically sourced chocolate. But it's like, yet you have an iPhone. Do you know what I mean? Like this has you have to understand,
how's them Nikes treating you?
Yeah. It's like, please, for the, I can admit to myself that I am not a very socially aware consumer. Okay. Of products, of things, you know what I mean? Because at the end of the day, when I look at something, I go, well, where can I get it cheaper?
The only true ethical consumer is the ultra rich who has all their clothing custom made.
Yep.
And they know who makes it. That's the only way. Their clothing, their food, where they go to the farm and get their food direct from the farmer. Us regular schmucks, we can't be.
No, all we can afford that.
All we can hope and pray is that something happens in the world, like China is slowly being lifted out. So we're seeing some of those operations move towards Vietnam and India and things like that. And hopefully eventually it'll, in my great grandchild's life, it'll reach to where the whole world has been elevated to some other situation.
It's definitely a wishful thought.
That capitalism touches the whole world and not just me.
And personally for me, I get the word capitalism sometimes is so stressful to me, because then I hear people say late stage capitalism and I want to scream and tell them that's not a thing. But because it's a cycle. There's no such thing as ending. Decadence
is a thing.
Yeah, for sure. But there's no such thing as and then everything falls apart. You know what I mean? It's a cycle. It keeps going, You
usually don't even know when the collapse happens. It's the historians that learn it.
Yeah, that's fair. Dark, but fair. But I just as myself as a consumer, sometimes I see people, they just go out of their way for certain things. And it's just I don't understand that, And I'll even admit myself is a little bit like that when it comes to buying milk. I like to buy milk from places that are not your superstore, Walmart milk brands, because it makes me mad as hell still, because when Walmart came into my hometown area, we had a lot of dairy farms, and they would buy the milk from the dairy farms. Well, they got tired of buying the milk from the dairy farms, and they said, the hell with you. We're just going to make our own dairy farm. And it shut down generations of
just
farmers.
Like when Walmart used to have butchers.
Yep.
And their butchers tried to unionize. Walmart shut down their butcher shops and have one big butchery.
Yeah, it's crazy because I just don't love that bothers me because I saw it happen in my hometown. So that was
well, why is the centralization of those kind of industries so much more profitable than little guys just trying to strike it out themselves?
It's the economics of mass.
Is it mass, or is there some sort of a government variable that allows for?
Well, there's that too. Once you get massive enough, you can buy politicians. Also, Walmart has. We could guess how many lawyers they have on staff. How many lawyers does the dairy farm there in Erda have on staff? But
And that's
Walmart probably has battalions of lawyers that jump when Walmart calls. They drop everything they're doing that minute and they jump to argue for Walmart.
and it's or to go lobby on their behalf. You know what I mean? Because like that's the hardest thing I think sometimes with, especially in the farming industry, like where I grew up. It's like, my family, we butcher, we have cows and we used to have pigs. They have chickens and turkeys depending on the year. You know what I mean? And it's like, how do we compete with a Walmart that can do so much more? You know what I mean? And our cows are more expensive because of we don't buy feed in the mass bulk like they do. You know what I mean? And it's just like that competition aspect.
Yeah, it competes. I mean, why did the New York Yankees have such a awesome team forever? Because they had the most money.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
you definitely see that in sports when places have tons of money pumping in.
So I don't know if Katie, we're bringing on Carrie and Adam, the Bartholomews, to talk about this No Kings movement. They both made comment. I don't know if you want to stick around for it or
Up to you.
anything else. It's up to you. And then I also want to hit on, we got to hit on the big news, the start of World War III, the fourth start of World War III.
Are you talking about when Israel bombed or Iran, not Ukraine? Oh Lord, that'd be a mess. Can you imagine?
It'll be there. Give it a couple weeks. The day is young.
Long distance drones.
Oh, and happy Friday the 13th, everybody. And tomorrow is the glorious Army's birthday, 250 years strong. You're a ugly stepchild of the Army there, Dave. Happy, not your birthday anymore. But happy birthday of the Army. That comes tomorrow. It's going to be a parade. It's going to be a big to-do. Sure, lots of protests surrounding it. And it coincides with Donald Trump's birthday, so it's been interpreted that the 250th anniversary parade for the U.S. Army is a parade for Trump. We'll have to see how that goes. Might be fiery yet peaceful. But yeah.
See, and I was
Katie.
Yeah.
Were you involved with the with any of the protest activities that were going on in Salt Lake City?
I mean, lately, no. I don't go protest mostly just because of physical ability. I'm still using my cane and everything. And like if something did go awry or crazy, I'm not the one to run away. You know, I mean, my gimpy self will be, walking like a duck like this, trying to get out of the way of people. I ain't doing that to myself. No.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a good reason not to go. I generally don't go to protests because it seems like that's where dumb things happen a lot. And I've got a motto not to be involved in dumb things.
Also, too, like, I feel like a lot of the times police and military, if they end up getting involved, like it becomes non-discriminatory of like who's going to prison. And it's like,
or who's getting shot with a rubber bullet.
Right.
The Australian reporter that got shot.
And
like
I
from
ain't
20
doing
feet.
that. I ain't doing that. No, I'm not going to jail. My boss would be so pissed. Even if I said like, oopsie daisy, I was just in the bad spot. I'm going to get yelled at. I'm not for that.
Imagine you're that guy down in Provo who drives by the BLM protest and they decide to shoot you.
I was telling my coworkers about that today because they were just shocked because after that happened, the county party, we made a packet to give to people about like going to protest and like, what do you do to stay safe? And it was like, be mindful of like the people around you, take water so you don't pass out. So I didn't. Yeah.
And that guy, all he was doing was driving to Home Depot. That's it. A wrong turn and he gets shot.
Yeah. And I just don't understand like at what point your brain is just like, you know what? I'm going to pull out my gun.
I think, honest opinion.
Yeah.
I think that was incited. the guy was borderline retarded, and Jaden X was kind of whispering in his ear in the video before it. And I think he was trying to incite a bigger thing, which I think most of the fiery yet unpeaceful stuff that you see happen is incitement to a bigger thing. Because I think there are definitely legitimate protesters who are just trying to make their voices heard. And then I think there's people who says, you know what? If we make fire and we make noise and we make this ugly, you know, it's fun. It gets on the news. It's kind of the madness of crowds.
Yeah, and I agree with that because, like, I don't know. And I think, too, some people, like, people who own guns need to really look at themselves in the mirror and say, like, am I the personality type that should have a gun? Do you know what I mean? Like,
yeah. Oh, yeah.
because, like, I don't think we do that enough.
Or when you're going to a place, a protest like that, where you're going to be in a group and that group is liable to, yeah, I don't know. It's a complicated.
Just being around
situation.
people is a very liable issue.
Yeah. All right.
It's true.
I've got to step out for 2 minutes because I've had 2 beers and I've got an old man bladder now. But you guys carry on. I'll be right back.
Okay.
So, Katie.
Yeah.
Gosh, I had a great question in my head and then it fell out. So
It happens to all of us.
what can I say? So are you going to try to pursue another position within the Democratic Party over there, or are you?
So I'm first vice. Yeah, so I'm first vice chair of the Disability Caucus, which is like more than enough for me at this moment. Because, like, truthfully, I don't really love the party politics stuff. I got started in all of politics was campaigns, and that's really just like my true joy in life is just being the campaign person. So I think I'll just start going back to more of that stuff than doing party stuff.
Right. And do you do like a side business helping to promote candidates or something like that?
Yeah. So, like, I have been a campaign manager for quite a few people. And I love it. Like, that's the kind of stuff. Because the really nice thing about being a campaign manager is, like, you're not the one putting yourself out on the line. You're just kind of like helping and navigating that person get elected based on the things that are going around them.
Mm-hmm.
And I love that because, like, I think with last cycle, I worked for Representative Matthews and she represents Kearns. And to kind of work with her and to help her with her messaging, because she's in the Democratic Party, you know, she's one of the most successful Dems in our party because she gets things passed. And some of it is like she's very hell-bent on protecting blue-collar jobs. You know, she always gets a really bad rating when it comes to like environmental stuff because she thinks a lot about her people in her district who rely on coal mining jobs, you know, and so
Right.
she's very mindful of those things. So I like that.
Who's this?
Representative Matthews.
Okay. Yeah, you're supposed to hook us up with an interview sometime, aren't you?
I was going to try to. I don't know what she's up to lately. She just had a baby.
Yes, that's what, yeah.
Yeah.
And yeah, big congratulations to her. Mind if we go through some comments real quick before they come on?
Sure.
Okay, so O'Malley May, she's coming in from the Books of Faces. She says, ChatGPT is way better than the Normal's browser to look up stuff. She's got to say, it's chaotic mess is what it is, and it's just going to get worse. Now, these are coming in we've rolled past conversation. So I think that was before Katie came on. I think that's when we're talking about the LA riots going on. Illegals, she says illegals are making babies way faster than Trump is deporting them. That's why envy is one of the deadly sins. Jared, she's getting after me about something. I must repent. And I should have read these out earlier. We wouldn't be so lost. Well, I don't know if you've noticed, but people on both sides are super fired up. The powder keg is getting bigger as far as she can tell. And then she says, we are so doomed. And she makes a lot of good points with that. It seems like both sides are getting fired up further to the extremes.
Yeah, I'll be honest. I don't feel it in the air. I feel like everything's kind of dissipating. Okay, yeah, Trump's in office now, so that campaign is gone, and people are trying to just regather themselves from that election, and I don't see a threat to civil liberties the way that, at least from my direction as a legal citizen, I don't feel that threat anymore. I even feel so much less stress these days. I used to get some serious anxiety over this stuff before the administration kicked off.
Now let's talk about Palantir, folks, because that kind of has me concerned. That's just a super data gathering machine for the government. They always say this. We promise we're only using this on foreigners. You guys are completely safe, though. FISA warrants would never be used on a U.S. citizen.
Yeah, and I have a hard time. I think the moment...
I like the guys who are making Palantir.
But I think the harsh reality is that the moment it is beneficial for their use, they will use it.
And don't ever make something your enemy can use against you.
Yep. Because, I think, we used to make fun of people that were like, I want to live off the grid. And now it's like, you know what? Breaking my cell phone and running to the mountains does sound kind of nice.
Yeah, you're looking in your backyard. I could fit 12 chickens back there, right?
For real, though. And that's the thing is, I think a lot of the times I don't think people realize how much tech involves their lives.
When you think about it, it's scary. All right, they are here, but let's bring them on. Oh, and they hopped right off again. I don't know where they went. Maybe they'll be back. All right, Jordan off YouTube says, yo, hey, Jared, the riots are so crazy. Hopefully things run smoothly and peacefully. The anarchists are making the riots worse. And then he says, hello, everyone, to you guys. Some of the libertarians are for open borders. I wonder if it's about Congress seats, maybe. No, I think the libertarians that are for open borders are purists, because realistically, if you had a libertarian nation, you could have open borders because you're not touching on the other things that go along with it. It's just those other things are built and they're here. I don't know how easy it is to get rid of them.
That's definitely an interesting thought, because my mom she believes in full on open borders, and I sometimes sound like a mini MAGA person to her, because I'm always like, no, you need borders.
Mini MAGA.
Well, would your mom sacrifice her Social Security for open borders? I always wonder, a lot of people who are for open borders, do they realize they have to give up Social Security, Medicare, Medicaid, and all these other welfare programs in order to implement open borders?
Yeah, but I don't. So my parents retired early, and my dad made really good money working in the steel mill, and he saved a lot of money. So probably the last person to say that to, because she is one of the few people in the country that could live off it.
But what about Medicaid?
She pays for her own health insurance.
Okay, right now. So she would be.
Yeah, she'd be good to go.
She'd be good to go. And that's good. And they jumped off again. I don't know. They keep jumping on and off.
Is this Holly your
co-host? No, Holly's not going to be joining us tonight. This is Carrie Bartholomew, the lady that last time you were on was on for a minute.
Oh yeah, I remember.
And her husband, they're both nice people. A little bit of firebrand, but we like that. She's trying again. Let's see. Maybe this time Carrie can get it. Oh, she figured it out. Look at that. Woohoo. Okay, a few more comments and then we'll move on. Jordan Lott says, it's great to see Katie. Hey, I have a learning disability. How do I join the disability caucus? Jordan, you and I are going to have to start that. It'll be a caucus that involves both parties. Don't have to be just all of us dummies can jump in and start it up. We'll have a chant. And then he says, hey, guess what, Jared? I just bought the Red Devil hat. The devil probably likes me now. What's the Red Devil hat?
The only Red Devil I know is like hockey, isn't it?
Is that your dog, Carrie?
Oh, you can hear it. Okay.
Yes.
Supposed
I
to
thought
be
it was
on the
Dozer.
headphones, but I guess it's not working. That's okay.
Yeah.
My son's here. He can fix it.
Okay. He can fix it. But anyways, so we're gonna have Carrie, and if Adam can jump on, we'll have him jump on also. We're gonna just chat about this the No Kings movement. And I don't know if you're familiar with it at all, Katie.
Yeah, I am.
Okay.
That's why I was curious to stay and listen to what Carrie thought.
Well, there's been a lot of stuff come out, and I don't know if it's actual information, but that it's funded by the Walmart people and it's, and so is it a grassroots movement or is it an actual, is it kind of rich people trying to get revenge on tariffs movement?
It's an interesting theory.
Now, I have no theory on it. Because I don't know much about it, but Carrie knows quite a bit about it. So, Carrie, can you tell us about this No Kings movement? What is it?
Well, the No Kings movement is, ultimately it's a protest against Donald Trump, but it's kind of, in my opinion, my gosh, kind of hilarious because
your sound is really, it's really rough. What did he do to your sound?
Is it still rough?
Yeah, well, it's not rough. It's just really quiet.
Okay, let me try again.
Okay.
Is this any better? Is this any better?
Sounds like you're far away.
Yeah, it sounds like you're far away and talking through a paper cup.
That is so annoying because the camera doesn't work on the computer right now. I don't know why.
Okay. Do you have a microphone or anything you're working with?
Yeah, it's right next to me. Go ahead and keep working. I'll figure it out.
Maybe. Okay, you'll get it figured out.
Yeah.
Well, I have noticed the No Kings movement theme is if you translate it into Latin, to some degree, it's anarchy because you're without a ruler. So I found the correlation between that pretty interesting.
Way to draw me into the No Kings movement, Dave.
Yeah.
I like how he uses Latin. I'm looking at their sponsors.
Okay.
And they have a wide range.
Okay. Go on.
Which surprises me because some of it is really big organizations, but some of them I've as a Democrat I've never heard of.
Like who? What strikes out to you?
For me, the one that there's one called Dem List. I'm just who's Dem List? I've never heard of them.
DEMLIST.
Yeah. Some of these I've heard of, Indivisible. Some of them have states that are sponsoring, the Maryland League of Conservation of Voters. The Mennonite Action, that surprises me.
The Mennonites are showing up to the party.
I don't know. Some of these people, some of these make sense. Next Gen America sponsoring makes sense to me. There's one.
It is a movement that pulls on the heartstrings. You think about some of these people who've really done nothing violent or they've never stolen anything. They just want to work, So it's definitely a topic that'll pull on the heartstrings. So the Mennonites, that one is definitely a an eye jumper. I would have never thought.
Well, they're Amish light, so.
And typically they don't, they don't typically get involved in politics and stuff like this. Like historically, the Pennsylvania Dutch community, they've been a part of protecting people. Like they were a big portion of the Underground Railroad, but like to have them be this political just really surprises me.
Yeah. I don't know that much about the Mennonites. I do know that they're Amish light. They're,
Yeah.
you know, they live in the modern world, but they have a lot of the same practices. Dick Winters was a Mennonite. That's interesting to think about.
Well, I did remember that the Amish and the Mennonite community, I think they came out pretty heavy for Trump.
They
He was
did.
running, and it was a surprise to the whole state or country that
That
they
was-
came out at all.
That was because Democrat controlled state. Was it the Democrat controlled state? Was it in Pennsylvania? Was going after the Amish and Mennonite raw milk farmers?
It was PA.
Yeah, and really kind of trampling on them and taking farms and destroying property. So
Like tons and tons of product. And the hard thing is like my mom's family is Pennsylvania Dutch, Amish, Mennonite. And like I understand why people would want non-pasteurized milk, but at this, you know what I mean? But at the same time, it's a big health risk. But there was a big lobbying, like I never was raised in the community and they would vote. Like the Amish people, they didn't vote. That wasn't a thing that they did.
nope, that's a little gay guy named, tall gay guy named Scott Pressler got him out.
I was gonna say he ain't little. He's a tall man.
Yeah, he's tall. Scott Pressler, that guy's kind of a stud. I mean, I don't care what anyone says. You know,
Yeah.
he's a stud because, you know, he made his start. Was he cleaning up Maryland? And then he's just dug in. He goes hard.
Yeah, I was just so surprised that he got them to actually like vote. It wasn't as many people as initially reported, but something is still a lot. Like that's what surprised me.
And to draw people out of their shell like that, that's huge.
And that momentum can carry over. So maybe they're starting to form action groups. Maybe they're starting to get more politically involved. Once you taste chocolate, maybe you want a second chocolate bar, you know.
Just like the early Mormons, the people who sat on the left side of the chapel were Democrats, and the people on the right side were Republicans. And they're like, go out and vote that way. Pretty much. So I've heard. I wasn't around then, but pretty much when we became a state, when you went to church that day, where you sat, that's the party you got. You got assigned a party.
Yeah.
And you're going to go in there and make that party work.
And isn't that just so wild to think that like they were told how to vote?
In a way, they weren't told how to vote. They were told to join a party and make the party good.
Mm-hmm.
In a way, wouldn't we like to see that? Doesn't matter what party you're involved with. You make that party good. You make it honest and forthright and all that stuff. How would that be? What would that look like for our country if both parties, because, you know, I'm going to be a little critical right now. Both parties really suck. And they're snakes and lizard people. And how would it be if both parties weren't? Do you think maybe we could eke another 150, 250 years out of this?
Well, the other hard thing is too is like, how do you? Neither one of the parties are in the interest of the people that vote for them.
Oh no.
And it's like, well, how do you keep asking people to invest in that? And like, you're right, because could you imagine if you had people you said, go be part of these parties and make it the best that you can?
You know, honestly, I would have to say the party that is most of that nature is the Libertarian Party, and they're the biggest failure.
That's a good point. So
I have such a soft spot in my heart for the Libertarian Party.
oh, you crazies with your guy running naked on stage. Although, you know what? You Democrats gave him a run for their money. this last convention was off the hook. It was prime time. Needed the Benny Hill song. Mallory says, whether you're right or left, don't go to protest, stay home and garden, because that's what she does. And then she brings up Israel bombed the crap out of Iran today. Panama is in crisis. Oh, what's going on in Panama? The president of Mexico is supporting these riots. It doesn't seem like things are getting better to her. The No Kings movement doesn't give two craps about illegal immigrants. And then she says, probably her headset. No, Dave, the Constitutional Party is doing something, or is doing worse. Yeah, the Constitutional Party, that's a party. Everyone's like, who? Okay, so the president of Mexico, all I have to say is your supporters killed 37 other people to get you there. Shut up. Right? You're the cartel's lady, the cartel's lawyer. Shut up. You're the only one they didn't kill. That's why you're the president. So what's the crisis in Panama? Does anyone know about that?
No, I was just gonna look it up.
Okay, good. You're gonna have to be on here every week. You're doing all this IT stuff in the background.
Just ask Chat GTB.
GPT?
PTG.
Chat GTO. And then okay, so Mexico, we sorted that. Honestly, I don't. Hey, look, Mexico's been a failed state since the late 1800s when they went into civil war that was never decided. So, I mean, you're looking at Mexico is what happens when you have a civil war. That's just what happens.
So I guess there's a migration crisis right now that's going on there.
Migrating from or into or just through?
Seems like potentially through. I'm looking at this article.
Oh.
People are claiming that he requested U.S. military support. He's now claiming that he never requested that.
Well, the Darien Gap is in Panama.
And
How
that's
do you get
what it's
across the
around,
Panama
Darien
Canal?
Gap. I mean, that's an excellent question.
That's quite the swim.
Well, it's got locks. You probably just walk across the lock. Okay, so Israel and Iran. Ooh, what are your guys' thoughts on that?
I think they are really pushing the boundaries of our ties to them post World War II. Because, like, I personally just struggle with this idea of like going to war with Iran, and it's like all the time, man. Israel just keeps pushing and pushing and pushing, and it's like just chill. That's how I see it, at least.
Dave?
You know what? I'm just glad that we haven't launched any nuclear missiles yet. They really went in pretty hard, and it looks like Iran's stunned. So if they can take advantage of this moment, a preemptive strike is usually, I think, the best tactic militarily if it's done right and effectively.
What would be the benefit of them? Like, would they follow it up with an invasion?
Well,
I don't
think
know.
The goal is just to get rid of the nuclear capability, right?
So is that all they did? Was just strike nuclear sites or things like that?
Yeah, they hit 3 nuclear sites and killed 4 top leading military officers for the Iranian government.
Okay, all right. I guess we'll have to see how this pans out in the end. I mean, I think everyone's
200 jets flying day and night, bombing the crap out of stuff. So that's a lot of air power.
Oh,
and,
yes, it is. It's a lot of tonnage of explosive. I tend to think that everyone looks on their bingo card for right now for civil war, civil unrest, and World War III. I think that's what when your bingo card's handed to you on January 1st, everyone checks to see that it's on there because they know that's or they feel that that's going to be a hit, you know, you want to get that bingo. I hope we don't, you know, get to experience any of that. But it is tough. And like you said, Katie, they're testing our ties, because I definitely don't want to get involved with a war in Iran. I don't want to get involved in any more wars. I think we've spent enough of our money going around the world and delivering democracy with bullets, because that works every time, all the time. It's always worked. You know, it's not like, I mean, you know, when we went to Japan and Germany, we said, hey, let's make, you know, Toyota's manufacturing plant better and BMW's manufacturing plant better. And all of a sudden those guys are like, wait a second, this democracy thing sounds pretty good. But when we go over to somewhere else and we deliver it with bullets and Army Rangers, it doesn't have staying power.
Yeah. And I agree, because like, I just personally, for me, I think another war is just ridiculous at this point.
Seriously. But, you know, hey, send us further in debt. What does it matter? All right, Carrie. No microphone. Okay, Carrie, sign language. Okay, that means no King's movement is definitely a...
He wants everyone to go.
I heard that meant let them live in the Colosseums. That.
Yeah.
So you might have to just adjust your microphone. Just leave the camera on. Have your husband come in, adjust it, and play with it. We'll keep talking.
Yeah. So the No Kings protest was peaceful in Utah, right? I mean, everything happened accordingly. And
okay,
well, it's tomorrow.
Yeah, it's tomorrow on Donald Trump's and the Army's birthday.
Oh, I thought it was on Thursday. I mean, I'm seeing videos already.
There is some video, like they did like one on Thursday. I don't know why.
So far, it's supposed to be peaceful. They're trying to preach peacefulness, from what I understand. Problem is, like I said, agitators get involved.
Mm-hmm.
It's going to be interesting too to see, like, really, like Utah, meh, but it's going to be interesting to see how DC responds.
Ooh, yeah.
Like, I think that's going to be more the watch, is like, how do these other cities respond? Because Utah, for the most part, is pretty chill, but it's going to be the really big cities that matter.
Yeah, and even then, it still seems like it's localized areas, like 4 or 5 city blocks at the most, that just get out of hand.
Yeah, I'm just gonna look up.
That's where you get the fiery but mostly peaceful. The best was when someone did this. I don't know if it was the news did it, but it was
check.
Yep,
check,
there you
check,
go.
check. Is it working?
All right, Adam. Good job. He's a hero. Look at him. White cape and everything. But someone did this is that what's her name? Karen Bass was given a talk, and they pulled it from the news. But as she's talking about how peaceful the protests are, they half the screened and superimposed the guy burning the Wemo car and waving the Mexican flag. And I was just like, that was like, remember when CNN was out there in Milwaukee, I think it was? And he's standing there, fiery but mostly peaceful, as a building explodes behind him. And I'm just like, are you guys delusional? I mean, don't believe what your eyes are seeing. I was like, are you guys up in the night? You know, and what you got to think about. Granted, I had zero negative contact with any of the protests during the Summer of Love. Not one negative contact came my way. But I live out in Tooele. And when they tried to have a march out here, a whole bunch of people lined up and stood around our Veterans Memorial at our park and wouldn't let them go near it. Not that the people doing the protesting had any ill intentions, and they all walked away with bad taste in their mouth. Those people wouldn't let us protest properly or whatever. And that's things they said. And they felt threatened. But imagine being the person whose home gets destroyed because people are mad about what someone else did. Or, God forbid, the one of 38 bodies found in these destroyed buildings.
Right.
So there's a lot to be said about all that. It's heavy.
I think some of this too is going to be interesting because, like, I'm looking at their map, and there's a lot of places that they're doing protests. I don't see how, like, logistically they're going to support all these with people.
I think they plan on them being people who live there. You know, like everyone in Utah who hates Trump is going to gather in Salt Lake
But
tomorrow.
they have some in Price.
And
Well,
Provo.
okay, it is
Provo makes
Price.
sense. But
I mean,
like,
honestly, Price has the good government education. They probably don't know that a Salt Lake exists. Go
yeah,
easy on them.
I'm just surprised. Like, I just don't see the logistic aspect. Like, the other thing I'm noticing too, like Salt Lake has two, one at like 5, and then another one at like middle of the day. It's like, pick a time.
It's two different groups, the Sharks and the Jets.
I don't
You
know.
have
I'm
to do
all
it at
about,
separate times. You come out snapping at each other.
yeah, it's like one starts at 10 and the other one starts at 6 p.m. It's like, just pick one time. One time. One time. That's all
Well,
you need.
maybe, yeah. I don't know. Carrie, what's your
Yes.
fill me in? What are these no king protests?
Okay, so a lot of it has to do with the teachers' unions. So you'll see Weingarten and Randy Weingarten and Becky Pringle out screaming and performing. And where I get concerned about that is they had K-12 education. All you have to do is go to Utah Education Association, and you can see their support for these kind of things. Ultimately, I believe it's about globalism. It is. So it's kind of funny that they will say, first off, I watched a video the other day of Donald Trump saying, I don't feel like a king. Every time I do something, I've got some judge in some tiny little court somewhere saying I can't do it. And I don't think he's wrong. And when we think about what an authoritarian regime looks like, I feel like we already lived through that. So we had people who would say, this person is offending me. I got it. Carrie Bartholomew's speech offends me. Can't we do something about her? And that was sent to my senator publicly over Facebook, right? So I think we've seen kingly behavior. Let's look at Tim Walz, what he did. He had like airsoft pistols, or I don't know my toys, but he had some sort of pistol that his police would walk through the towns and shoot people if they stood on their front porches. Not kill them, but hurt them if they stood on their front porches during the pandemic. So who's the king? Okay. So, and then I think for these people who think that they're so kind, they're doing this on Donald Trump's birthday. And I think that's, I don't know. It just seems extremely petty to me. The other thing is all the delivery of bricks. I don't know if you're working on any house projects, but we always are. There's all these brick deliveries of brand new bricks. And remember, I'm coming from Seattle, so I've already seen it. Adam, if he jumps on, has been too busy trying to fix my system. But he was down there yesterday, and it was just, in my opinion, ignorant children repeating the exact same things I see in curriculum books. They don't understand necessarily what open borders mean. For me, a lot of the research that I do, I look over at what's going on in South Africa, and I think you guys are so stupid. Do you really want to be the rebel that is South Africa? That doesn't sound like a good idea to me. But we do it anyways, and we repeat and regurgitate the exact same things. So Walmart, which is kind of funny because last time conservatives were boycotting Target, right, because of its extreme pride wear, and Walmart was where they turned to. So Walmart is now going all Americana. Target is going all Americana. Walmart is going, let's fund these protests. of people who don't understand what authoritarianism is.
Could Walmart be doing that because of the tariffs?
They could be, but I think it's interesting. One thing that I've realized is a lot of the people, you got two groups. You've got young people who've been brainwashed, usually by hippie educators, by people who are, in their 60s and 70s now. Take Hillary herself. And this group of people that, to me, I teach theater. I'm an actress. Okay. So to me, I look at this and I think, wow, that is an awful lot of theater going on right there. An awful lot of performance and playing to emotion, and not saying, look, I went to bed last night being called a bigot, and I was just like, why? I'm being called a bigot because I know what this means. I know what the Marxist fist means. And I said, maybe, it was in Kaysville, right? They put for Juneteenth, we're going to put up the Marxist fist to celebrate. And I was just like, maybe don't use that. Maybe use the accurate history for that time. And I've got people who are jumping in going, you don't even know history. And I'm like, actually, I do. And I know what Juneteenth was about. And it had nothing to do with Marxism and a revolution. It didn't. And watching these young people, and I'm talking, they're in their 20s. This is like the Black Menaces. That's who Adam recorded yesterday. Watching these people say, no one is illegal on stolen land. But I know from the curriculum book that I've showed you before that stolen land, so the Native Americans say it's our land. But then once they go through that chapter, the next chapter is, but it's the Moors who were here originally. They're the original people of the whole land. So then it comes back to African Americans saying the Moors. So you've got the Native Americans saying it's our land, give us back our land. And then there's also a huge part of ethnic studies that is about Mexico wanting back their land. So now we're getting into what's going on with the protests.
Well, so Mexico was less than 40 years old when we purchased
I believe they
California
had it for
territory.
27 years. They had it for 27 years.
And so, do we got to give it to Spain then?
No, because we're not talking about logic, right? And then if you give it to Spain, then you go to, you're getting into a different kind of native and Moors again.
Or, you know what? Let me into Mexico, make me a citizen of Mexico. In their constitution, Mexico has what amounts to a Second Amendment. They've just had a military coup since their civil war. The military has controlled guns, but let us in. We've got more guns already than their military. Just
I wouldn't
throw
want to
that
deal
out
with their
there.
gangs. I wouldn't want to deal with their gangs, and that's part of what we're dealing with.
There's ways to deal with their gangs,
but the protest is supposed to be peaceful. That's the whole wait and see moment of this entire thing. Is it going to be peaceful? It seems like that's the meat and potatoes of
I think it's about optics. I think it's about optics. I think that there will be bad players. I'm watching like Karlin Borsenko, and she's watching a lot of the socialist groups that are getting involved in the protest. So I think that there will be people who want it to be peaceful, and that's what they're showing up. They're, in my opinion, the useful idiots. And then there's going to be people who, and I also wouldn't put it past people to put on the MAGA gear and cause problems that aren't MAGA. But I also think there are some hot-headed MAGA people out there that you're just like, you know what? Stay home. Stay home. Because they want the optics of, we're the victims. Look at us. We're peaceful. It's the same thing this month with Pride. Like, I have told people, just don't say anything at all. Just don't say anything at all, because anything that you say, I promise you, is getting screenshotted. Look, we stepped back and there was still all this hatred. that's the optics that they want. But I have a hard time believing that it's going to be peaceful when I'm watching videos of bricks being delivered. I think I don't expect it to be very bad here, because we want to be known as the good, kind culture. So I don't expect it to be bad here, but I can imagine what it's going to look like in Seattle.
Do you think the brick delivery is real? Because like a lot of law enforcement have come out and said that they've invested these claims and it's not true.
All I know is what I saw in 2020, and I've walked past bricks being
So
delivered.
that isn't anything like recent. Like you weren't like in Seattle yesterday seeing this.
No,
'Cause
and
I
Adam
kind of-
didn't see that I know of. He didn't see any bricks out in Salt Lake, but I don't know about in other places. I know that one thing that happened was in an ICE facility. A bunch of people broke out. I think 10 people broke out, and 6 were found, and 4 are still missing. The last I heard, which was about noon today.
Here in Salt Lake, or there in Salt Lake?
No, nope. I'm not sure which ICE facility. I just heard it on. I heard it on Tim Pool when I was driving. So
yeah, because like I get really worried when things like this are being talked about, because it's like, okay, cool, but unless you can tell me like where, so you can like, because I think nowadays I think we've become very mindful of what is reality and what's not, and I think a lot of times we get warped into believing something's real when we don't necessarily have the concrete evidence. And so it's stuff like that where I'm like, okay, there was an ICE breakout, but where? You know what I
The
mean?
concrete
yeah.
evidence.
Yeah, we could probably look that up. In terms of the bricks, I think we just have to wait and see.
Sometimes they're in the form of cinder blocks and they break them
Yes.
up in pieces, and then maybe they're not exactly bricks. I remember in the old days there were videos of the brick deliveries on pallets, but I think
Yes.
recently it was more bringing cinder blocks out and breaking them up and throwing them off of bridges.
I'm telling you, as a guy who does construction, I'd be so pissed if I had a brick delivery and I was getting one. I'm not doing masonry. That's heavy duty crap. But 2, if they started throwing that crap around, they're so expensive. You're talking $5 a pop.
Well, it used to be a thing. I know back east where I grew up, like people would they would break up the cinder blocks and just throw it over, like they would stand over the overpass and then drop them. And like a couple families died like that. And like that's where I've seen, stuff like that. But I was just questioning kind of.
Matter of fact,
says, this one says at least 4 immigrants unaccounted for after riot breaks at New Jersey ICE detention center.
Yep, I'm reading it right now.
Yeah.
It makes me wonder.
Yeah, we're in a tough time. There is, and there was a little bit of protest when Trump first won in 2016. I remember they lit a couple things on fire in mostly in DC, and
they drove him to his bunker, remember?
Well, that was 25 when they did, or no, that was May 25th, 2017.
Recent. Yeah, I didn't think it was like right at 16.
That wasn't right after, and that was a protest. And then COVID kicked off, and they locked everyone in their house, and then came out and said it's safe to go protest.
That's
nobody
kind of
can look at what happened during COVID and think that, me as a sociological historian thinks it's really interesting. If you ever want to talk, you know how you hear the party flip, that notion all the time.
Mm-hmm.
COVID is a true party flip. So the conservatives became more liberal as for movement and being around other people. And the progressives became like the conservative path. Don't get around me. Anyone who doesn't have a shot. And then it kicked off in the beginning with the conservatives saying that they wanted to get a vaccine when Trump was making the vaccine. And then Pfizer withheld the vaccine until Joe Biden became president and put it out. And all of a sudden, the conservatives didn't want the vaccine. Now, granted, there were a few conservatives that didn't want it from the start, but those were a different batch. I was just talking on the whole. And prior to that, when it was just Donald Trump doing that warp speed, all of the Democrats were saying we weren't going to take it. We're not going to take Trump's vaccine. Mm-hmm. But then as soon as Joe Biden's the old man, all of them are wanting to force everyone to take it with them. And that is a true party switch. I promise you, 20 years from now, that will be studied in history books as cultural madness. They're probably going to come up with a syndrome. We all had a syndrome.
Yeah.
Except for me, obviously, because I'm one of them weirdo independents. But seriously, if you think about it, you just think about how the Republicans, the traditional conservatives, actually, they're not traditionally conservative. If you study back to 1900, they were the progressive, but neither here nor there. The Republican Party, the conservative party, became the party of free movement and not free love, but free contact.
But only kind of, because we have our own authoritarian, I was just, so there are people who think that if you don't do things exactly the way they want you to do them, then you're not a true patriot.
That's 100%. You're seeing that split down the Republicans right now. They are getting up in arms. Yeah. Like you see them jump on Facebook and Twitter, and they go hard at each other.
Right. And for things as simple as who knows word for word verbatim the Constitution.
Yep. Well,
versus, and you're just like, I'm working on living it.
But that's their benchmark. Remember, anytime a party comes into power from the other party recently, I'm talking since Obama, it's been the exact same thing. Remember the Democrats, every time the Democrats win, they start doing purity tests. And right now the Democrats are loosening up and the Republicans are in purity test time. The Republicans purity test in 2016 too.
Yeah.
And I think I mean, I'm still going to lean on, there's only one solution that we have that we can ensure this nation's longevity, and that's to lean into the 10th Amendment and the 9th Amendment. If we don't lean into those, because every time the other party wins, all of a sudden it's a threat, right? And it's not just an unrealized threat, it's an actual threat. Right now, if you're a Democrat in California, you're feeling that threat by ICE marching through and snatching people up, be it, people at a Home Depot or a worker or if it's, whatever, but you're feeling that. You're feeling that in your neighborhood. If ICE was walking down my street, I'd be loading another magazine just in case, I'm serious. And that's what California's doing. Just like when Biden's FBI was out kind of snatching anyone that kind of looked like they almost might have been at January 6th, and they raided that house in Alaska, and
Provo, where they killed the man and left him in the street. Dead.
Yeah, they killed that old man. Now they should have dealt with that better. That was the FBI getting over their skis. They should have sent the local sheriff over on that one. First of all, the old man could barely get out of his chair. They dealt with that poorly, but
no kings, right?
Yeah, but it's both sides feel these threats. Now, granted, the conservatives aren't too prone to protest often. I mean, and maybe that's because most conservatives are older and lazier, and they have mortgages and things like
they're
that.
Apathetic. I think they're apathetic, but I also think that, you can talk about ICE going, but how about Colorado taking away children if parents misgender them? They'll just take them away now. I mean, you want to talk about no kings. you can take away your own child because you're protecting your kid.
That gets kind of insane when you start seeing stuff like that. But that's different people. That's all a part of the purity test.
That's authoritarianism.
It is. Oh, it is 100%, but it's all a part of that purity test. And that's when they start forcing their ideal of purity on everyone else.
Yeah.
So what you're saying is each side of the political aisle has the potential to become a very dangerous creature.
Oh, yes.
Yes.
Yes. My warning to the Democrats is don't force the conservatives to become that dangerous creature, because they have proven every time in history to be really, really good at it.
There was a T-shirt I saw the other day that said "mostly peaceful."
Yeah,
and I think that fits very, very well.
Well, the especially when you've got a dichotomy between the two parties, where one party is armed and the other party is not.
But that's not true, because we've got armed queers, right? I mean, that's a group.
Sure,
that's an organization. That's not me insulting.
And that's probably, you're probably talking what, 1% of a queer population, where if you go to conservatives, you're talking what, 45% are armed, another 30% are trained.
Well, I think the other thing about this too is that is talking like this in a way going to incite more issues?
God, I hope not. Then I'll be an insider. I don't want to be an insider.
What do you mean?
When we talk about this idea of like, oh, well, remember who's the armed side? Like, I think that is when I hear language like that, it's like, well, are you now being the antagonistic force in this conversation? Do you know what I mean? To say, because what are you going to do? Like, liberals can buy guns. They have money.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? What are you going to do when that happens?
Yeah, I don't like the threat because, again, they're older.
Not only they can, and they did during COVID, during the protests, liberals went out and bought guns. Liberals tried to argue for changing the laws that they voted for less than a year before so they could get guns quicker.
For sure. And that's
because they felt under threat. Now, you're 100% right. They can go buy guns, but that works if there's a slow buildup.
I also think there's a difference between the mostly peaceful kind of T-shirt that, yes, we know, yes, we're capable, yes, we are containing the monster, and a group of people that are taught, especially young people, to lean into their emotions. But what's been pretty frightening, I think, is watching people in their 60s and 70s lean into their emotions as well. Because I'm thinking, I'm younger than you, and I was not taught to do this.
Well,
so
here's another interesting thought, because I look at it in numbers and I look at it historically. Like when we think of things, my mind jumps back for historical recognition. That's just kind of how it works. But what's going to happen? So there, all of the different studies right now are saying this. What is this generation that's just now like
Alpha?
Getting out of a Gen Alpha, that they are more, I wouldn't call them conservative, because they
red-pilled.
Maybe red-pilled, but they're not red-pilled because they're okay with gay marriage. They're like, that is a non-issue. Don't care.
I think that's the new red. I think that's the new red.
You may be right. Like
version.
Me, I'm 100% fine with gay marriage. They're actually starting to go to church. Religion is on, and this happens every 100 years. Religion has a revival in the mid-20s. It did after the roaring 20s of the last century. Religion had a revival. That's when they started building the tents out in the fields, and the Bible Belt was born. But anyways, what's going to happen when that group starts in that maturity, and the group just above them, the millennials and Z's and whatever, and they start clashing, and it'll be a reversal. The old people are the crazy wild ones. And this kind of happened in the 80s where the hippies had the Michael P. Keatons for kids. If you guys don't know what I'm talking about, you're too young. But anyways, do you know who I'm talking about?
Yeah, was
I
that
think
was
so.
it Silver Spoons?
Family
No.
Ties.
Family Ties.
Do you,
Oh.
Katie?
No, that was way before me.
Michael P. Keaton had a picture of Reagan on his wall. He's a high school kid.
It was Michael J. Fox as a kid.
Yeah, it was Michael J. Fox's breakout role on TV.
Oh.
Yeah. And
You should watch it.
Extremely preppy. Extremely like
he was conservative and wore a suit and tie everywhere. But so is that, I mean, I just kind of want to be the old man that gets it, because I don't want to get involved in either side of this. I just want to sit back and watch the show, because I'm kind of black pilled, to be honest with you. You know, I've read the white pill and I'm trying to take the white pill, but I'm kind of black pilled. But I would like to see it.
And I think we're already seeing it a little bit, because like I can tell you, being involved in the Young Dems, like sometimes they're quite a bit more liberal than I am. I tend to be more moderate, and it's very interesting to see just like how much farther they like are about things. And I have to be very mindful, I guess is the biggest word, because the thing is that as people live in the world, I think your views change. There used to be a saying of something about like, if you weren't a Democrat as a young person, you didn't have a heart. But if you weren't a conservative as an old person, you were broke, or something like that.
You didn't have a brain.
You didn't have a brain.
That was supposedly Winston Churchill.
Right. And I think some of that is very true, because like the thing about this Gen Z group is we don't have enough data yet, but what we have seen is like the women are more liberal and the men are more conservative that are coming out of this. And I think as time goes on, it'll be interesting to see how they mature as they navigate life.
Or will they just quit breeding and humans die?
Well, so one of the concerning thing about that is that I mean, I'm watching. My son has friends who no longer want to identify as boys. Because that's what the culture is. When the culture tells you that you're toxic, you either become more and more manly and man up, or you go the other direction. The problem that I have is how much. So one thing I was listening to a K-CREP accreditation conversation, and they were saying that in both social work and in mental health care, they are being taught that you don't have to tolerate the intolerable. Okay, so if people don't agree with you, they're intolerable. And if people are intolerable and you don't have to tolerate them, then you can do what you want to them. And so a lot of these Gen Z are going through what's called cluster B. And so they have a cluster B kind of personality disorder. And they believe that they are righteous in their victimhood. And when you believe you're righteous, a lot of very bad things happen. And so great if you're going to, grow up and become more responsible and whatever in 10 years. But how much damage are you going to do in the next 9?
Oh, and that's when real tyrants are born, is from the righteous, because they hurt you because they think they're doing good. They don't hurt you because it's a means to an end.
So what I see is a new Red Guard being formed.
Well, goody.
That's what I. But we can stop it. But I mean, I
get to look forward to that. That's just that black pill just got blacker and bigger.
But we're armed. We're armed, and we're also. I think that some of us, there's a group of us. Like, I have a group that's taking me to New Orleans, that's taking me to Chicago. There's a group of people where our focus is on bringing back the discourse. Our focus is especially in getting into influencing young people to have conversations so that they don't go to that point. Because I can't imagine what it would be like to have been a useful idiot in a cultural revolution and to have destroyed many people's lives and potentially killed them. And then you live through it and you're like, oh, well, I didn't know any better. Well, that doesn't really do anything for the people who died, does it?
But do you really see us going through that at this
Yes,
point?
100%. Yes. My son was shown a video in his class in Salem, Utah that showed Salem, Utah. So right now people will ride their horses to the grocery store in Salem. And the video showed a portion of Donald Trump, the very fine people comment. And then right afterwards, it showed kids marching in the street. And it said, this is your responsibility as good people. Okay, so yes, I absolutely
to go march in the street.
Well,
marching in the street, protesting Israel, etc. But that's how they started. They started with very, very young people, teaching them ideological purity in school. We have social and emotional learning. It does the same thing. It pulls the kids in and it says, you are kind if you follow this ideological prescription. If you don't follow this, then you're a problem. And if you're a problem, it's okay to ostracize you. And we're literally teaching our kids that.
I would never want to assume that we're beyond falling into madness. I mean, the reason we say the Red Guard was China, and China had fallen into the most advanced and industrious civilization on Earth, and then immediately into madness 7 or 8 times that we know of. I mean, they built ships that probably made it to the Americas. We know they made them to Africa, but probably made it to the Americas. And then the emperor died and the Mandarins took over for a minute and had those ships burned. Mm-hmm. And that's them falling from greatness into madness. They invented glasses and then had the knowledge destroyed. So could we fall into madness? 100%. And when I say falling into madness, I mean just taking a step back from being on the brink of the future, which, if we look at it historically, it's inevitable. It just, does it have to happen now? Does it have to happen while I'm alive? And in China, historically, it would happen in a matter of months.
I don't think it will happen in a matter of months, but what I see, and I just had a really long form interview with an Afrikaner, and what I see is the same thing that they were taught after the Rainbow Coalition is the same thing that we're experiencing now. DEI, all of it happened in 2008. Literally at that time, that is when England switched from, it started teaching kids you should be ashamed of your culture in 2008. In 2008, we got a new president. That new president went to South Africa, and Jacob Zuma started his stuff all at the same time in 2008. So I could say, we're 10 years away. We've got time. But then we have technology and we have this emotional stoking, and if people are at the protest, and even if they're not violent, if they're chanting death to the king, or something like that, you're stoking the mental, the mental capabilities of people. And who knows, those who already think that they're righteous in their victimhood, what might they do? I don't know. But I think that it's, I find it interesting that I can't say, hey, I'd love to have a picnic for Moms for America on my own, on our group pages. If I say something like that, they take me down. That's political. But you can tell people to come to.
You really have that problem with like Facebook taking stuff down?
Oh, so I have the groups themselves. So like in my town, yes. So when I was running for office, even when I was running for office and just sharing, hey, I've got Burgess Owens and other people coming, and we're going to talk about unity in America across cultures. Why I can't even think of the word right now, but what is it? Something is our strength. Such and such is our strength. Anyways, yes, people took that down.
So I have an addiction. I have an addiction to putting up shit posts on the Tooele 411 page.
Yes, he does.
I try to like pull it back and find that line where the moderators will keep it up there just long enough to stir some pot. But, sometimes you fall off the line and they take it off right away. But sometimes it's like, you can tell the moderators are thinking, is that something I should take down? Or is that something I can leave up? And I love to find that edge. I'm addicted to looking for that edge where I can just confuse them.
Do you follow my page? I am known as I have a very mothering voice. So I don't go and like destroy people. I never swear. I'm very one, I teach, and I don't want to get in trouble with my parents who follow my page, right? So I'm very careful about those things. But even so, part of the problem is as a Black conservative, that is not a narrative that Utah wants to hear. That's a fact. So people are waiting. Like I said, last night, somebody was like, you're a massive bigot. Because I said, consider taking down the fist. And I even provided another picture of slaves running towards happiness and light as the soldiers told them they're free.
The Union soldiers. Yeah, I saw that post.
Yeah, right.
I thought that cartoon was cute.
Right. And that's all. Thank you, ChatGPT. That's all that I did. That really shouldn't be considered a shit post, right? Like that shouldn't be, but people got upset because they want that energy. They want this energy, and this energy is Maoism. People can say whatever they want to, but this is Maoism.
But the people holding up their fists, they're usually like young college kids that dress funny and don't shower. And when you see that, you recognize, like, it's like you don't want to date the person with the fanny pack, So people push them away and kind of poke fun at them.
But they elect them. Nate Blown, they elect these people. Think about what's her face, Jasmine Crockett. Jasmine Crockett is one of the most vicious, racist people, and she's absolutely one of these people. We're electing them because that's what I mean by the rush. So we can say, those are just the weirdos.
And they are, though. Come on. We highlight those people. We look at their clips. Everyone's making fun of them with memes. And I really don't think it's going to drag our society into a civil war.
So my son's school's choir performance was called Make Them Hear You. And the fist was right there on the front of the concert.
Was it?
Damn.
I mean, the thing with that is, for me, is like, make them hear you. It's singing.
You would think. You would think. But this year's theme, and I know you guys. So how I say it is that in the Bible, sorry, but I am a Christian. And in the Bible, it talks about how some people are ready for milk and some people are ready for meat. Some of us dig. So I know that when I hear a word like belonging, I know what other people hear. Oh, that's wonderful. That's so inclusive. That's bring everybody in. Why would that be a problem? But I also know that belonging literally means that you focus on one group and you push others out. So right now, who are you supposed to push out? Think about who's committing suicide the most. It is the white male. This year alone in my town, 4. Okay, so it is the white male who is most likely to commit suicide because they don't get a sense of belonging. So it is real. It is here. I live it every day because I'm surrounded by the kids and I have a child in school currently. But that is 100% that fist. And I get that the teacher doesn't know. Sorry, yes. Go ahead.
tell you about a backlash I've noticed amongst some youth here in town. And this is me, total conjecture, just wondering why. I've noticed amongst lots of late high school age boys is they've got a fixation with a certain little short mustached guy and his
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
and I'm wondering, is that because they've been told and geared their whole life about how evil it is and that's their rebellion?
They think it's funny.
Or is it funny? Is it just being edgy?
They think think it's edgy and they think it's fun. I had a kid in my class. They had
Could
to
they
do
take it
history.
further?
I don't know what
Could
you're
they
talking
lean
about,
in?
though.
Huh?
So kids are starting to wear the Hitler mustache?
No, they're starting to
no.
draw the swastika, but who
Yes,
started that?
all the time.
Who started it?
Well, no.
The
These kids.
Tesla?
Well, these kids were drawing it before that. Not just that. The one
Okay.
that was most shocking was when I pulled into the Macy's parking lot, and there's an area where the youth gather,
Mhm.
and they had playing loud over the radio one of, not the anthem for the party, but one of their military ensembles. And I recognize it because, we've all seen the movies and all this stuff. And I'm like, and then and I was just like, and they're playing, they're in a group and there's girls amongst them and all this, because you're not going to get a group of 17-year-old boys and not have a 3 or 4 girls splash in it. But I remember my high school days, that would have never happened. And
So
but we've leaned harder into making into kind of histrionic history, where instead of like when I was younger and learned about World War II, we had a little more learning about it kind of in a gray, like you learned about there were reasons why Germany fell into this madness, and
right.
things like that. But now they just learn that there was an evil and the evil took and the good liberal rose up to fight evil.
Yes.
And that's all you learn about. You don't learn about the Treaty of Versailles. You don't learn about any of that now.
Yep.
But I'm wondering, do the boys find out about this because they venture down a YouTube video, or is it just
Kanye West?
simple? Well, maybe, or is it just simple rebellion? Is it just simple? Is Kanye doing it just for simple rebellion, or was he? Now he's changed his ways. Apparently, last week, everyone, the world's all right. Kanye turned over a new leaf.
I think some of it too with that type of conversation is, I think for those of us who were raised with people who fought in World War II or knew Holocaust survivors, I think that changes it. Because as myself, as a Jewish person, I think it's more real, I think, for the generations to know someone who went through it. You know what I mean? Like, there's a concentration camp near my village in Italy. You know what I mean? And my family got sent there, and it changes the whole dynamic a little bit when you have that conversation. And so I think some of it's just like the living history that we relied on so heavy is not around to be that anymore.
Well, okay, so that's your perspective. But then let's talk about the young African-American man who looks up to Kanye.
Mm-hmm.
Because he is not going to find your family perspective on that. All he's going to have is the histrionic history, which may make it so that if he ever studies in the gray, it may make him think, why do they like me? Or is it simple rebellion? What is it? What? And I know you guys can't answer this. I can't answer it. I don't know if anyone can.
They're fighting nihilism. So they're fighting nihilism, right? And so the opposite of nihilism, the opposite of I don't care is I care very much about this, or care very much about this. And I honestly believe that the antidote is to have the conversations with them. I had a student who said, I'm doing Hitler. And he thought, oh, Mrs. B is never going to let me do that. And I said, that's fine. But you're going to have to find out. You're going to have to really dig into who he was. You can't judge him. You have to come at this as if you were him. So he started to read and he's like, Mrs. B, I don't think I want to do this. And I'm like, that's fine. But you have to have the conversations and we have to be fair about history. So we have to
or
talk
at least
about
honest about it. Not, I don't mean honest, because I don't think the histrionic history is necessarily lying. I just think it's you if you're gonna do a total one-sided study into anything, you'll never find solutions.
Right. It's revisionism. And I do think that revisionism, postmodernism, there is no truth but power. I'm currently looking up stuff for next year on ancient history. And a lot of the things I find are written within the last 2 years with AI. And I'm like,
really?
This is not a good time.
Like, what ancient history are you looking for?
Well, let's look at Egypt, okay? Netflix just did a show that said that because Jada Pinkett Smith's grandma told her Cleopatra is a black woman. Doesn't matter what you think, she knows. And so how many kids, their parents go, hey, go ahead and do something educational, watch this Netflix documentary, and then they know. Or take
How did they do on the documentary aside from making a Macedonian genetic line person black? How did they do? Was it accurate other than that?
No.
It's like if Meghan Markle produced it. I mean, that's
the lady that tore Prince, what's his name, away from the Queen. Okay.
Yes, go ahead.
The whole thing was just so frustrating because like you had Egyptologists being like, hey, we have like actual black leaders and rulers in this country. Like, have you looked at Hatshepsut? And it's like, nope. You know what I mean? Like, it's like Nubians. Like, there was a big preface of the Nubians, and you're right, because the AI stuff's so harmful because it's like it's picking up stuff it's finding online. And like there's no fact checking it sometimes because you're just like, how did you get here?
Man, we're venturing into an exciting world, guys.
So I got a question about the analogy you had with Hitler and how close to our generation it was. How many generations will Hitler be so highlighted versus, say, how many generations was it that mothers used the word Hannibal to scare the Roman children into bed?
Well, the best one to look at is Napoleon. Napoleon was Hitler until Hitler. Napoleon was the ultimate evil threat all over Europe, the ultimate and most of Asia.
Well, you think of okay. I was going to say, you just think of like the movie Little Nicky, and it was like, do you remember that scene where Adam Sandler, like his dad, who was Satan, shoves the pineapple up Hitler's butt, and it's like there was no other person that they could think of that was like, they are so evil. We're going to put this too. Like, that was the worst of the worst.
And granted, he was bad. You know, I mean,
so was Mao, Stalin, and Pol Pot.
100%.
No one knows about them. Why?
And Lenin.
Yes.
Lenin was way more brutal. Lenin. Okay, here's the good argument. So when I said a minute ago, between the righteous are scarier than just the people who will do evil to reach an end, that is Lenin and Stalin. Those are the two studies in that. Lenin was a true believer, and he was brutal. He was every bit as brutal as Stalin, every bit.
What was he a true believer in?
In Marxism. He was a true believer in Marxism. Stalin, I think he was a true believer, but he was a sociopath first. And his murders was for murdering's sake. His torment was for torment's sake. sake. And he was afraid of a few people. Berea comes to mind. He was very afraid of Berea. That's because Berea was
General
sicker.
Buck Naked is still alive, but none of you have ever even
I
decided
know
to
who
highlight
General
him.
Butt
I
Naked
have
is.
no idea who he is, but oh my gosh.
He was in the Liberian War. General Butt Naked. He was a cannibal too. He'd
Is that
eat
really
the
his name?
hearts. Well, that's what he named himself, because he'd go to war butt naked in Liberia. It only happened in the 90s through early 2000s. And
Wow.
now he's a preacher. He's a Christian preacher.
I think
Wow.
probably because he was black, nobody wanted to pay attention to him.
They were all black. That's the
Well, you don't get
Oh, yeah.
famous as a criminal black in general of war nowadays, because like we don't even acknowledge a lot of those individuals in Africa, like those empires, Numidia, all like she was saying, these people are not getting acknowledged, and you know, there's I think there is an element of some sort of biological reaction for some reason to it, but
I would argue
it's overlooked.
Africa suffers the same thing the South does, except it's a continent that built its world on slavery, built its whole economy. Whole countries got super wealthy on slavery alone. And then when that went away, they had nothing underneath it. They had no foundation to fall back on. Eventually, they will. What's that?
What made Mansa Musa rich? Was it slavery?
Or was that gold?
Was that gold? Because he ruined, like, as he went through Africa, he kept leaving so much gold, it like ruined the different areas,
broke the economy. But that was in
like before Jesus, wasn't it?
Was it?
I think it was.
I don't know if it was before Jesus. When I'm talking Africa today, I'm talking the slavery ruined them in like only the last 300 years.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
Can I give you I'm going to give you guys a white pill then, because like I said, I was talking to my friend from South Africa, and you know, we're painted Mandela was just an absolute saint, right? Like that's the way it's presented to so many of us. We like put quotes of his on our walls and things like that. But the thing is that he was a terrorist.
Well,
and
he was terrorist like. It was his wife that was the terrorist.
Not to sound sexist, but yeah, she was pretty nasty.
His wife was the brutal one. She was the one that put the tires around the neck and light it on fire.
Yeah, I'm like they blew up, I think, a train station.
Mm-hmm.
And he went to jail for 26 years. And he already had that seed of grievance, that Marxist seed, regardless of whether or not he read Marx. That is the whole thing. So he had this seed of grievance, but he was served by for all intents and purposes, a good Methodist minister. And somewhere he changed. Go ahead. What are you going to say?
So in his defense, apartheid was really bad for the black people of South Africa.
And some will say not as bad as what's going on today.
Well, it doesn't matter. Let's look at it from the contents of that point in time on the timeline. When you're having that kind of an injustice put on you, it's actually very natural, according to the non-aggression principle, to apply force back. Well, so I even if Nelson Mandela did blow up a few things, they were being blown up too. So.
Hold on, before I made that comment, I would first like to look and see, were the black people taxed to enrich the white people, or did the white people just disassociate and live insular?
So apartheid meant separate, apartness.
Yes.
And their original goal was that the different groups would go and be sovereign, but greed absolutely played a part. And what I was told was, being of my complexion, that if I had maybe, say, a darker skinned, because when you're black, you have different shades, even within your own family.
Yeah, there they had white colored and black.
Exactly. And so if they came into families, and some of them had already intermarried, and they broke up the families and said, if you're black, you live in this area. If you're white, you live in this area. If you're colored, you live in this area. But in certain ways, they were better off. They were better off academically in those situations than they are today. And there
Well,
are
you're
Black
telling me
people.
the Marxist ANC doesn't have the well-being of their populace as a whole, and they're not just robbing the whole country blind? Or is this what you're trying to tell me? My
So it's
lion
interesting
eyes.
to watch. It's interesting to watch, and the way that it came. This ties in again all the way back to No Kings. No Kings. What it's being presented is empathy, right? All of it's empathy. We should have open borders because of empathy. Empathy, ladies. That's why it's such a big thing for women in their 40s, which is my age, right? So it's a huge thing for them because they want to be seen as being kind. In apartheid, so many people felt guilty because apartheid was not good.
No.
It said that these people can't even vote. So it was not good. And so they had what they thought would be a reformation. So they were told, kind of a lie, it was sewed into them, and they were told, let's come together for the greater good. And for a short amount of time under Mandela, he had a cabinet called the Rainbow Coalition. Okay, that's what a lot of people think is going to happen for us. We're all going to be standing up, and as long as Trump's gone, it's going to be kumbaya. We're all going to. My favorite senator, which I am being very sarcastic, Mr. McKell, he said that, if only Donald Trump weren't in the picture, we could all just get along, and the Republican Party would thrive. And it's not necessarily true. It's not true, because there's a huge fraction between this group and this group. But it all comes down to this place of empathy where empathy is used to control. And people don't say what's wrong. They don't go, wait a second. So our reconciliation is ending, and now you're calling these people the previously privileged people. And when you say, hey, there's a problem with calling people this and, taking everything they have, there's a problem with this. And they say, no, we need to do it. We need to figure out how to do it right. And that'll take another 30 years. That's kind of the same thing when we bring all of these people in and say we have the right ideas, when we don't, and we're going to bring in authoritarianism.
It is rough. What's that sound? Is there
It's my husband.
Oh, is he making dinner?
Yes.
What's he making?
Chicken chili.
Ooh.
He's been so damn noisy today. I've yelled at him twice.
No, it's fine.
It's definitely a very interesting thought process that you bring about, though. Because, it kind of becomes that question of, are you better off where you're standing? And I do think a lot of it, I think the Republican Party, I personally believe, I think they could be doing better without Trump, because I think right now, I think we're dealing with we have to remember Trump's how old? Is he going to be 80?
He'll be 80. Mm-hmm.
He's an 80-year-old man. We have to all admit there's cognitive delays. We don't let people over the age of 55 be air controllers. Why do we think an 80-year-old can run the government? You know what I mean? And that's the hardest thing is I do believe if you got rid of them, I think some of the chaos would end.
I don't think it's cognitive delays. I think that for him, it's his ego, honestly.
Oh, and his ego's huge.
I think he likes to be surrounded by people. And like I said, even he is a person who is drinking the milk and can't handle the meat. So he makes decisions and you're like, oh my God, did you just do that? Did you just do that?
Let me ask this question of you, Katie. Do you think Trump made the movement or tapped into a feeling that was there?
Tapped into a feeling that was there.
Do you think that feeling was legitimate?
I mean, I think for those people it was. Who am I to say it's not legitimate? You know what I mean? They had this feeling of frustration of not being heard or whatever. And for me to say, nah, that's malarkey, you shouldn't feel like that, would be very dismissive and wrong of me.
Okay.
You have to remember, I'm a very rational.
I know.
I
I'm
know.
like, we should go to lunch. I would enjoy going to lunch and talking to you. Like,
Yeah.
which is not the most common thing for me to say about Democrats. I'm sorry, but
I used to work for Republicans. Like, I've been on that side of the fence. Like, I get it. I understand it. Truthfully, if I didn't have to be attached to a party, I probably wouldn't be. But I think the money is such an issue. But people feel that way about Trump, like, and it's a variety of reasons, right? Like, you meet the working labor guy. They're like, under the Obama administration, the EPA stuff really sucked and it made business suck up a lot of their prior thing. And I have to understand that, you know. Some people it makes sense to be a Republican.
So what was missing in 2012 that he couldn't tap into?
You mean Obama's second term?
Well, Trump was running back in 2012, and nobody took it seriously, and he faded away.
I don't think. I think the key was he really didn't take it seriously.
Yeah.
The other argument, you have to give Hillary Clinton credit. Remember, Trump became president because Hillary had her Pied Piper. What was it, the Pied Piper movement? Hillary told all the newspapers, all the news agencies to focus on Trump because she thought there's no way he could win. And so all they did was give Trump free press every day, all day long, on the command of Hillary Clinton. I don't think Trump would have got anywhere near the White House had she not done that.
Her campaign strategy sucked too, because like that's the other thing. Like Bill Clinton kept being like, girl, he kept being like, girl, please go to these rural areas like I used to go to when I ran for president. And she went, no, Bill, I know better.
Going to West Virginia and saying I'm shutting down the coal mines. She said that.
Yeah, it was so bad. And the other thing is too, is like, I'll never forget 2016 when Trump ran and won, and poor Jeb Bush was like, I'm the smart one. Please pick me. It's my turn to be this guy. Don't let my idiot brother be like the only president in my family for my generation. And he lost. And it was
super thankful though, because I'm glad, because Trump, whatever Trump did, he knocked the Clintons and the Bushes off the mantle.
For sure. And like,
so
it was wild.
Yep. But it's Hillary Clinton. Trump didn't have any chance in 2012 because there was no Hillary Clinton. Boasted him.
And the other hard thing about 2016, you have to remember too, is that was the whole Bernie versus Hillary thing. And so like a lot of Hillary's who would have been their faithful, loyal supporters had it been done right, they felt cheated. And so it was like, why the hell am I going to go vote for you and this institution that I no longer believe in? Like the Democratic Party here in Utah even is still suffering from that loss. Like people left.
Yeah. What's Cale Weston up to lately?
I saw him a week ago. He is now the chair of the Rural Caucus for the Utah Dems.
Okay.
So he manages all of the rural parts of the state, which is cool.
So he's doing all right?
I think so.
I think the party did him so dirty.
Same. I like Cale, and I
like Cale so much.
And he's such like, what makes me mad about his whole deal is we went with someone who wasn't strong enough to go after Mike Lee in his own house. So, but he wouldn't become a full Democrat because of whatever reason. And so he was like, I'm just going to whittle the Dems down far enough that they'll agree to help me, which he did. And it's like, Cale wasn't a crazy person or someone that is unfit to run. It was just like, we just like this guy better, you know?
Well, no, McMullen is just a body double that appeared out of nowhere and challenged Trump on the Republican side. And the Democrats stupidly jumped on that bandwagon because even had Cale lost, I think the Democrats would have lost and saved face. But what they did is they lost and they gave up all their character.
Well, and that's the hard thing is like I hear from electeds and candidates that we have run on our ticket. They're like, they'll go to someone's door and they'll be like, why would I ever support you or your party when y'all just will kick yourselves off of it? And it's like, it's such the shittiest thing that we're still dealing with even years after.
I think you'll have maybe one more cycle around that, and then people will have forgotten. But I'm telling you, the Democrats, they need to start giving a crap about boys. They need to start caring about white boys. If they don't, they're done. They're done forever.
I totally agree. And I've said this openly because it's like working with the BYU students that I do and the boys, it's like very keenly aware because they're that demographic we were talking about earlier. They're the right age, the right color, sex, whatever, religious. And it's like they feel left behind. And it's like, how do I tell them, hey, it's not that bad? You know what I mean?
I don't even argue left behind. They feel pushed out.
Yeah. And that's fair.
Left behind to be one thing, but they're pushed out. They're and you can't argue that they're not. They are pushed right out.
You don't understand them at all. So the first thing that the reason I laugh so hard is because I listened to a woman say, we just need to we need to provide mental health services for these boys. And I'm like, you're ridiculous. This is not what these boys are thinking about in any way, shape, or form. If you think that that's the most important thing to the boys are wondering, how in the world am I going to be able to afford a home? Right. That's what they're wondering.
How am I going to be able to be that leader of a family and a provider? Well, no, do you know
then
why
the girls aren't supposed to be stay at home, right? The girls aren't supposed to want that life.
Even then, the male's supposed to be the leader of the family. In their mind, whether that's true or not, that's in their mind. That's in their soul. They feel that.
Right.
But
it's in their faith.
Not just faith. Even I'm not a religious person, but I feel like I should be the leader. I should be the person that sets the tempo.
It's fundamental to your core.
Eats the giant bowl of crap when it's delivered on my family's doorstep. It's my job to chew through it. Now, here's the other thing. Do you know why? And this is for you, Carrie. Do you know why the leftists, I'm not saying Democrats, but the leftists want to lean on therapy?
Oh, for sure. 100%.
Why?
So, like I said in the beginning, because they're ideologically captured. They want to fundamentally change. Yes. Oh, yes.
Because therapy is a struggle session. That is why.
Yes.
Therapy is a way that
what happens at the end.
They can break your mind and make you one of theirs. That's why they want.
That's what it means to be ideologically captured. To tell men
fail at talk therapy. It's proven. Yes. Men do not succeed at talk therapy.
So to tell men that everything they know, everything they believe about themselves, everything is wrong, and they instead need to become caricatures of themselves.
Yes. Do you know what a struggle session is, Katie?
I don't. That's a new term for me.
Okay. Struggle session first came around under Mao, but a struggle session, they still do it today in Korea. You should look it up.
Yeah.
How they function, struggle sessions. But therapy has become the modern Western Marxist struggle session.
Yes, 100%. I know the therapists who are going through it, and so one woman went into therapy. She wanted to be a therapist, and she had her background in Buddhism, and they were like, well, how do you deal with it when somebody, first off, the first thing that therapists are supposed to do is turn the conversation to race. First thing, even if you're not there for that reason. And then the whole focus is social justice. That is the focus of therapy. And I'm somebody who actually really values therapy because of the way that I grew up.
You're also a girl.
I've had
works for girls.
Well, for me, it was more than that. Remember, because I grew up in the foster system and I had 18 foster homes. So my therapist was a valuable person in my life. But one of the things they're telling people is that you're going to have these problems forever. There's no end, which there used to be. The goal of therapy is to get to that end point. That's what men want. Men want that hero's journey. They want to get to that point where they're like, yes, I've accomplished. And when you take that away and tell them, we're just going to take care of you, we're going to infantilize you.
We're going to talk about this. We're going to talk about, there's no solutions being born here. You're just going to get it off your chest.
Yeah.
I see.
And that's why it fails.
And that's why it fails for young men, because they have to have that finish line. Is that what you're saying?
Well, for anyone, because for this woman, so she was like, I don't think you understand. Like, Buddhism is part of therapy. Like, we should be applying a lot of these things, and SEL does apply a lot of Hindu and Buddhism and things like that into it. But the problem is that everybody, generally, at least we used to, we want to be the heroes of our own stories. We don't want to be infantilized, but especially not the boys, especially not them. And I don't think that is something fundamentally, because the Democrats are so into SEL, and even if they don't know it. So struggle sessions, even if you don't know it. So this woman actually got to the point of them telling her, are you sure you don't want to commit suicide? Are you sure? On a regular basis. And she ended up having to quit the program, and she's now suing with FAIR, which is the Foundation Against Intolerance and Racism. And there's a ton of people who've gone through this. There are principals who've killed themselves because they thought they were the classical liberal. I would say they're where you are, Katie. They thought they were the classical liberal, even left-leaning. And then they were told they could never, ever do enough. That's a struggle session. You can never, ever do enough. You must be an ally. And the next time we throw something else on you, you better embrace it. Because if you don't, we're going to turn on you. That's what makes it so unattractive, in my opinion, to be a Democrat. But I want to be fair. The Republicans have the same problem.
They both have purity.
We cannot get to this point where we go, I appreciate you for this, and this. The thing that Republicans have that the Democrats don't is we do value individuality, whereas Democrats value collectivism. And that becomes a huge, but for us, it's a huge problem because we can't unify enough to get anything done and be effective, where you guys march in lockstep.
I would say a little bit. It doesn't feel like that sometimes on the inside, but I can appreciate that viewpoint. I think it's very interesting, your viewpoint on therapy, because like, I think for young men in particular, I think it would be very degrading, like you're saying, to keep having to go back, where someone like myself who has been in religious therapy forever, you know what I mean? If, as a woman, maybe the talk, because I personally pay a therapist because I don't want to go talk to my family about what's going on in my life, and then them tell everyone in town.
Understand? You know what I mean? Understood.
Here's a guy talking.
Huh?
You know what my therapy is? When I complete a task.
I was going to say a beer.
I wish. No, it's when I complete a task.
That's true.
When I fix that vehicle. When I achieve that goal. That's my therapy. I walk out of that feeling refreshed. If you want me to sit down and just tell you about my woes, I'd rather. She's on there yelling at you already, huh?
Yeah.
That's his wife. He's been a bachelor for a month. How's she feeling? She looks. Is that Patricia?
No, it's her best friend.
Oh, it's her best. I was like, that is not Patricia. They hired her best friend.
His sister wife.
Sister wife. Could you imagine if Dave had two Patricias?
There'd be a lot of Patricias.
Oh,
I don't know how people live like that. Like, Godspeed. Each his own. But no, I think it's very interesting, your take on therapy. Because I think some of the things you say is very true, because it's like, you see it in the Dem party I've seen, where it's like purity tests. Like, we have an individual who I think would be a very great benefit to the party. But many times she is outcasted because of her history. She used to work for President Trump. And many people in the party don't want to deal with her because of that history. And I find it to be an extreme disservice because of people like her. Personally, for me, I like talking to, because I want to understand how they got to where they are today. you know, but I don't think many people care or want to know how people got to where they're at.
She has the stain of the black on her.
For sure. And
that's from the Red Army. You were red or you were black. And if you had a family member that owned if you had a grandparent that owned a cow, you were a black. You were not allowed. That's in school. You were a child in school. There's Patricia. And there's Patricia's best friend. Can Patricia see?
Dave's secret sister.
She says hi.
Tell Patricia hi and I love her. I miss her. I'll be down to see you guys this year.
So mine isn't really my take. It's that twice a month I do a podcast with people. It's called the Radical Center, and it's all mental health professionals who are sounding the alarm on how things are being changed and what they're going through. Some of them have been canceled. Some of them were professors at different universities, all these different things. And almost all of them come from the left. But they come from the classical liberal, right? The person who wants to help. And that's my nature too. Like, so I am the person who picks up the phone and is a lot of people's therapist. That's kind of my life. But there's a difference between, like, when I'm listening to people, if I can, I'm trying to help them get to a better place, not trying to keep them. I'm not interested in trauma bonding, and I'm definitely not interested in manipulating people. Like, if I went to a therapist because I had some problem, and say, you know, heaven forbid, something happened to my husband, you know, and I needed to grieve, and I wanted to go. I don't want them to talk about why I'm black and how I feel about being black in Utah. I don't want to have that conversation. That's not why I'm there, you know?
And that is, do you feel like, though, you get that reception more with white therapists or black therapists?
So white therapists are literally taught that the first thing that they're supposed to be doing is establishing their role to your role and asking you how you feel. If I walked in and a therapist did that to me, I would say, you're not the right therapist for me, and I'd walk out, because my world, I just see people. I'm not colorblind. I know that, you know, he's got a red hat on, you've got a reddish hue, you look a little orange like Trump. Katie's female. That's a fact. There's no problem with that. When somebody immediately starts that, I know where their ideology is coming from, and I know it's not compatible with my we're all just human beings feeling.
Is that do you think the average therapist understands that?
So it's part of their
understands
accreditation.
that's well, I know the accreditation has done a lot of damage to our medical system on the whole, in my opinion.
Yes.
Even though we've had great breakthroughs, but it has at times done a lot of damage, where it seems like there will be a push to medicate you versus having you look inside and change your lifestyle. And
but
I
not
would argue,
just medicate you, activate you. So the people will say you can be gay, but you're not queer unless you're active. What is pushing social justice?
I still don't know what the difference between queer and gay is.
Okay, so gay is same-sex attracted, right?
Well, I know what that is, but what is
queer?
Is queer bisexual?
No.
Queer's not bisexual.
Queer is an ideology. Queer is a desire to queer society. Okay, that's why we have these come to the park, let us talk to you, let us activate you. Queer requires activism.
What?
I don't see it that way at all. I think queer, like, my perspective with being associated with the community, I'm not part of the alphabet mafia, but my viewpoint is just like, I think it's just an umbrella term for, like, people who don't fit into other places as much. And so
it does queer to you just literally mean weird, what the actual word means?
No, to me it means like you're still figuring your shit out, but you feel like you're a part of this community. You know what I mean?
So, like, does that happen? Like, say you're cruising along at 8 years old, you got a best friend, and then you hit 12 and your best friend's gay, so you can't be friends with them unless what?
No, you can be friends with them.
I
Like,
don't get,
I
because
don't see.
I've got friends who are gay. I literally don't care.
Me too, and I have friends who are queer as well that identify.
I
as
don't know
queer.
what queer is. I still don't
It's
know
a
what
new
queer is.
term. The young kids are doing it.
So, well, they're being taught it in school. We have GSAs that specifically taught us. The kids will say, "I'm part of the queer community" or whatever. So, if you look up the definition of queer, it means to twist. So, we're twisting reality. We're twisting what's called the cis heteronormative reality. There's an excellent book called The Queering of the American Child. If you take a look at it, and everything in it has resources on the bottom of every single page of where these come from in queer theory. So queer theory is literally an educational theory. There's so much, it's a whole nother episode, but it is it's literally just like how ethnic studies and these other things they're all about social justice. All of this is about social justice, which I call social injustice, because it's one person or one group's view of what it is to have justice. And oftentimes that looks just like, again, what South Africa looks like. That looks like we want reparations. That looks like no one is illegal on stolen land. That looks like open borders. That looks like restitution. That's what social justice means. And this is just one more way to do it. But I highly recommend the book, The Queering of the American Child by Logan Lansing, because he, again, classically liberal guy who had a couple of kids and was like, what's going on? And he went down the rabbit holes, and he puts everything out. Resource after resource after resource. Gloria Lansing Billings, I believe, is over queer theory. Yeah, it's dark.
And his last name is Lansing?
Logan Lansing, yes.
And her name is Lansing Billings?
Hers is right, Gloria Lansing Billings.
Wow.
Yes.
The world, dude, you can't convince me we're not in whatever you call it. What do you call it?
But the problem
Matrix.
is that everything, just like Black Lives Matter, everything sounds good. Everything sounds like, oh, there's nothing to be worried about. It's fine. This is it's just a phase. But when you go down the rabbit holes, and I'm not talking about conspiracy, I'm talking about when you go on their own pages, they tell you exactly. They don't even believe that children, I don't know how you feel about this, Katie, but they don't believe that children should have innocence. They literally call it the myth of innocence.
But what is your definition of innocence, and what does that encompass?
Not teaching, I'm going to get myself in trouble. Not teaching children about butt plugs would be a good start.
But
So
where is
kids are
that
being
happening? Like, is that because like this is very comparable when people are like, the kids are shitting in litter boxes.
No.
You understand kids have phones. They're going to record. Like, have you met a teenager?
Hey, we had that show already.
Yeah. I have over 100 videos of interviews, long form interviews with people. And I've interviewed people in Wales who got comprehensive sex ed. Now comprehensive sex ed, you can watch the video on my channel, but now comprehensive sex ed, elementary kids are sexually abusing each other, literally sexually abusing each other, because they were introduced to sex too early. They don't understand. One little boy literally jumped on his mom in bed, and she woke up and she was like, what are you doing? And they said, I'm putting a baby inside you. That is the reality of what's happening. I speak to these people. So it's not, I read Fox News because I think Fox News.
I'm not making that assumption about
No. It's literally because I sit and I talk to people for hours, and we dig into this.
Here's my thoughts on it, Katie. Now, I am not a religious person. I'm openly atheist. But I do believe that I would never presume that I would teach something in schools that the parent would allow at that age in their home. Just like I wouldn't want to force religion onto an atheist family through their child. I would not want to force
Not at
any
all.
difference in sex onto a religious family, or let's take it outside of that paradigm, but I wouldn't want to force meat onto a vegetarian family through the school system.
For sure. I'm just like more curious because I don't have kids in school.
Mm-hmm.
I grew up in Pennsylvania, vastly different. And I grew up on a farm. Okay. So, like, you pretty much knew pretty early on how babies were made because you were raised on a farm. And then, secondly, like in PA, being like gayness was like, I had cousins who were gay. You know what I mean? Like grown cousins I knew very clearly, like they had their husbands over. And it's just like that kind of stuff to me, it just seems so odd because I'm not from here, I think, largely. But I look at these people being like, well, they're teaching them about this. And I'm going, aren't they being taught that at home?
So
Aren't
there's a
they
big
being
difference between being taught that there's a couple, right? Like to me, there's a huge difference between something like um I have not read the book, so there's a disclaimer, but I saw it was like two princes and the knight is looking over at the prince and they're making eye contact. There's a big difference between that and spelling out talking. There's a book called Monday's Not Coming, and the first thing with the first red flag in the book is they're like, you only like to ride the best so that you can give blowjobs to the boys. And I think that's extensive for
Let me put
middle
a
schoolers.
little different context on you for you, Katie.
Yeah.
Did your parents ever have to answer a phone call from a friend's mother or father because the friend learned about the birds and the bees from the farm?
No. But most of
No?
us grew up on farms.
Okay,
You know
but
what I
if you
mean?
had a
Like,
friend that didn't, I'll tell you a little story.
it's just so vastly different. You know what I mean?
Let me tell you a story. Maybe you'll relate. So when I was in Boy Scouts,
Mhm.
I might have been just a wee blow at the time. The old man was over all the Boy Scouts in the area.
Mhm.
And they put together a jamboree. And during this jamboree, the scoutmasters, my dad didn't know about this ahead of time, but he was kind of in charge, so he got the phone calls. What they did is they brought a cattle truck full of chickens, and it was 3 boys per chicken, and they slaughtered and defeathered and cooked the chicken. They got to see the mill through the whole process.
Okay.
My dad had so many phone calls that night from mothers saying, "What are you teaching my kids?" Right? You see what I'm saying? So
Yeah.
imagine if you had a friend that was maybe not familiar with the farm at the age of 7,
Yeah.
right? And they come home and your dad gets a call where she's like, "What the heck did my kid see? She is talking about a lot of stuff that I wasn't ready to have this conversation with her before." Now let's take it into a paradigm where in schools now, when I went through sex ed, there was no advanced sex taught, not through any of my sex ed. But now, if perhaps, and I'm not sure if there is because I haven't been to school and my kid's 30, but if there is, let's say, would it be proper for the word butt plug to be mentioned to a religious family's 15-year-old in a school setting? I guarantee the kids heard it outside of school.
Yeah.
I guarantee him and his friends, or her and her friends, they've all had jokes or conversations or ponderings or wonderings or whatever. But to bring it through the avenue of the state changes it.
Yeah, and I would be curious because, like, I don't like. I agree with you. Like, I don't think that's appropriate in certain climates in the schools. You know what I mean? In most climates of the schools, but it's like, what? Like,
Especially because school is non-voluntary.
yeah, and like too, it's just weird. Like, we had sex ed in school and PA, but it was like pretty mundane stuff. You know what I
Yeah,
mean?
my
It's like,
sex ed was just a biology class. They have a picture of I would say naked, but when you even remove the skin, that's deeper than naked. Girl
Yeah.
on one side,
Anatomy.
boy on the other. And they're just like, look, these are what they look like. You guys are a little bit different. Stop giggling, stop giggling. And
And I want to
this,
be clear that that is still sex ed in some schools, but there's also gender and sexualities clubs in the
Clubs?
schools, and that is different. So my son had to take sex ed this year, and you can bet that every day I was like, so what'd you learn? What'd you learn? Tell me. And I did not go, oh my gosh, I can't believe you learned that. It
just
wasn't like that.
imagine.
But there are gender and sexualities clubs. It used to be Gay and Sexual Alliance, which, okay, that means teaching people to be kind to each other. That's at least what we thought. Then we find out that there's a ton of funding to move the bar, and now it's
You've
gender
got
and
to be
sexualities clubs.
You've got to be real particular with when you schedule that library so you don't mix up the chess club and the butt plug club.
So is the clubs like I would presume voluntary. You don't have to be a part of it if that's not something that's flips your
Yeah.
tea.
Yeah.
So like that's the thing is like I believe in people having agency. Like if that's like something that they feel like they need to do and their parents are fine with it, you know what I mean? Like I feel
Yeah,
like that's like
I'm with you.
that becomes the question of like that's not my problem. You know what I mean?
I'm with you on that. I don't know how I feel about the school being open to something like that, because then again, that is taxpayers' money that could be going to something that the taxpayer see as abhorrent. But I don't like war, and for some reason, my money always seems to go to that. So I wouldn't argue with you on that. And I don't know what the modern sex ed classes involve. I haven't attended one in I went to school in the last century. I graduated before I got out of the army after I graduated before the last century ended. So happy birthday tomorrow, Army. So I'm an old man. I went to school. Have you guys ever heard of an abacus? I went to school right after that,
Yeah, for me it's just kind of like one of those things is I just believe in like if it's between a parent and a kid and they're fine with it, let them be. You know what I mean? Because I believe in that liberty to do.
Then what are your thoughts on some of the states that try to keep the parent out of that conversation?
So I think it's very interesting because I think the real question has to come down to, is the child at danger in physical danger at home? You know what I mean? And I think if that's not a thing, I think you have to relook at it. Do you know what I'm saying? Like the safety of the child should come first. And if they're gay and mom and dad are going to beat the shit out of them, you have to reevaluate that, right? Of that situation for that child to be safe. Because, like, I think most of the time, to be very frank with you, I think most kids know if they're gay or lesbian or whatever by the time they're like 15, 16.
I agree with you. I wonder how common it is, because you get these stereotypes coming from both sides.
Well,
These imaginations, but how common do you reckon it is that a child is gay and the parents go at him violently?
And that would be a curious thing because, like, I can tell you.
The right has these ideas that there's always this other stuff coming on, right? But the left has this idea. And me, I know I've got a niece that's gay, and I told my dad, you can be gay, you just can't be emo, just because they were annoying. But that was kind of a joke I used to tell him when he was like 20 at the time, probably close to that. But but that was just a joke I'd tell him. But I don't physically know anybody. I don't know anybody who is like that with their child. Not one person. And I'm telling you, my immediate siblings, the only family I've ever met that didn't have at least one gay person pop out the batch.
That's my family as well. Like, you know what I mean? My one cousin, God bless him, when we were growing up, my mom was like, he's gay. Like she knew pretty early on that the kid was gay.
Jeez, giving the
And
old wink.
yeah, she knew. Her old bones were like, this one is gay. And it was
As
like,
he's walking out in your dress. Look
right,
at me.
right. And my when we were 18, he officially came out, and it was so funny. He was being weird that day, and like, I gotta talk to you. It's very urgent. And I sent my mom a screenshot, and she was like, "Oh, he's finally going to tell you he's gay. He's finally realized he is gay." And I told him that, and I said, "Listen." When he came out, he's like, "Did y'all already know?" And I was like, "Yes, we've known since you were like 8
Yeah,
that you were
seriously.
gay."
Notice how we never set you up with anyone?
We never did, and we never ever tried to, try to convert you into being straight. Like that wasn't our deal. But I think it just comes back to like, and I think this is a problem at large we have, is just being respectful. It's like even with Dems and Republicans, it's like a space like this where you have different views, and not like many people can't do that. They can't be respectful and understanding, be like, yeah, you think like this, necessarily don't buy in, but whatever, that's fine. You know, I mean, we can't do that even sometimes with these kids, where it's like, okay, you're gay, whatever, you know, you
Right.
do you.
That's how we was in the 90s, before the internets and all that. I do want to say this, though. This modern iteration of the alphabet mafia, where it seems like they go for the shock and they go to take things too far, and they want to. Not all of them. I have some friends that are lesbians that hate this stuff,
For sure.
but it seems like they want to force you to come to terms with it. And that's like if I went down to the Democrat convention with 3 or 4 guns on my hips and my shoulders, just so you guys had to stare at them. Right?
Mhm.
You know?
So
And
there's
if
this
I
thing-
went to the Democrat convention, I would go armed. I'm just going to tell you that. You just wouldn't know it, because I go armed everywhere, and you can't tell.
Yeah.
So
I'm
in
ninja
queer
like that.
theory, they believe that, and again, this is a quote directly from them, but if you scratch a child, you find a queer.
Maybe
That's
they
it.
just don't want reproduction. Maybe they don't
That's
want.
definitely a part of it. That's definitely a part. If
Well,
you
then
can
they're
get
succeeding,
a
because
third of
we
the
are
people-
not.
Yeah, if you can get if you put your children in front of them, like they don't even like children, but they want to perform in front of them. They want to do their things because they want to pull as many as they can into that, so that and this is literally their papers. I am not a person who's just like guessing here. This is their papers, and you just sit there going, "Wow, holy cow! I had no idea. Why would I have any idea this?" I am a person who is like, I do not care if you're gay. Are you a good person? Awesome. We're good. That's literally the way I think about things. Now, I do have very clear what I think is a good person. If you just walk around without any measure, and you just like, because somebody told you you hate somebody else, I don't think you're a very good person. I'm not interested in being around you.
It's just that we have hit, and I think it's a time of the culture. We have hit a weird place. And also, I think it is also a backlash. You guys may not remember this, but the court finally solved it in 2005, I believe. And I forget the name of the court case, but it was the one that started way back in the 90s when I was in school, back when Christ was a janitor. They started you have to teach intelligent design in biology class, and you have to have the religious ensembles around the school. And it was in 2005. The Supreme Court said, no, we want to have people to be free in this forced institution, to not be subjected to someone else's beliefs and desires. And that's where I believe the new atheist movement, which is now defunct, it's another thing from the before times guys, that was born out of that. That's your Sam Harris and Sam Harris, Richard Dawkins. What was that British guy's name that was a really good speaker? Anyhow, all those guys, they all come out of that.
I had to look up that case because
Yeah, look at it. What year was it?
It's 2005. You were correct, and it's from Pennsylvania. And it's the Supreme Court said they violated the First Amendment because intelligent design is not science, and
Well,
it
it's
cannot be coupled itself from its creationism and thus religious.
yeah, and don't force parents to have their kids subjected to your beliefs. And
Correct.
so, and it feels like this gay movement is like I were talking about the young men right now that are walking around and idolizing the Nazi party. I believe that gay movement is from that, just like the new atheist movement was, which they broke apart in a hard way or died of throat cancer. And you had the four
A lot of
horsemen.
people will say that the LGBTQ movement is not a gay movement. It's actually anti-gay because it's erasing.
Well, if you have the T, I mean, that kind of.
Yeah.
I mean,
So, and that's really what gets pushed more often than not.
They were doing a pretty good job. Well, anti-gay and anti-making kids because,
right. That's the whole thing.
Take away the parts, but
they're not making children. They're not making children. They're also making.
But neither are we.
Using a lot of therapy. That's very true. Yeah.
Neither. I mean, we're hitting you guys don't. I mean, this is the best part is people who are anti-human. You wait.
Yeah.
Wait until your retirement comes around. And they say Social Security can't be afforded because we don't have enough people to have it. It is non-existent. And don't worry, I'm a Gen Xer. I know there's no such thing as Social Security. It's a pipe dream for the boomers. They get a play in it. I don't get to. I've known that my whole life. I walked out of high school recognizing that I'm pretty screwed, right? But you guys have a little bit of hope. I can see a twinkle in your eye. It ain't going to happen because there ain't enough of us. There ain't enough people coming up behind you. You cannot have a Social Security system when there's 3 people retired and 5 people working to support those retired people.
So that's the antidote, though, right? The antidote is these kids who are leaning in and learning about the Third Reich and whatever. We give them something better. Honestly, like that's the thing. We give them something better. In my classroom, you can bite me if somebody wants to tell me I can't use terms boys and girls and I can't have teams, boys against girls and whatever else, because I'm trying to build up both. So
I usually try to tell them, thank God for Hitler, because otherwise the Germans might have had a chance. He was a moron. Not a moron. He was a radical, didn't listen to people who knew what they were doing. He was a corporal trying to be a general. Anyways, yeah. But no, I do believe that especially teenage boys rebel. Teenage girls follow him because rebellious boys are attractive to the girl because I don't know if you guys know this. They thirst for chaos in their youth. And teenage girls are the dumbest animal on earth. They are.
I'm so fortunate that I have not had to raise a teenage girl yet.
Teenage girls are the dumbest animal on earth, but it's good because teenage boys are the shittiest. And if teenage girls weren't the dumbest, there wouldn't be us because that's when they make us. And they got to be dumb so that they don't notice the shitty.
Yeah, I mean, very possible. I look at I helped raise my brother-in-law because his mom wasn't around a ton, and like sometimes he was really stupid in his teenage years, and I thought I was like turning gray every day.
Sometimes
with him, oh Lord,
man.
The other side, though, is that boys start to use terms that, I hope it's not coming from that British guy. I can't think of his name, Andrew Tate, but they're starting to use terms like high value. Like, is a girl high value? And what they mean by high value isn't necessarily the TikTok version. They don't mean, old money, I dress fancy and I'm so classy.
Mm-hmm.
They mean, do you respect yourself enough? Like, do you respect yourself? Like, my son and his friends are of the not even going to pay attention to a girl who doesn't respect herself.
Yeah,
thanks.
and that's good, and hopefully it starts. I'm hoping we see an equilibrium happen. How would it be if the Democrats and Republicans went back to arguing about 2% tax difference?
Right.
Even though, can I talk to you both? Can we make it arguing between 2% and 4%, like the good founders of this country meant, and not 38 and
I just
40?
want one tax number. I want to be able to do it myself. I just want it like a straight. Mitt Romney was right on it. He was like, straight tax. Like
10%.
Whatever it is.
10%. That's what you get. 10% across the board. Call it a day.
I don't want to have to call my sister who's a CPA and be like, hey, am I going to get in trouble because in box 3, it's kind of blurry and I don't know what it says. Like, I hate feeling like I'm going to go to jail.
Yeah. What does this mean?
Taxes.
Yeah. Yeah. And boy, yeah. And I don't like kneeling before the IRS once a year just so that they can, because one, they've proven they don't need our money. They've got a credit card that shows us that. They don't need our money. They just take our money so they can light it on fire and we feel bad about life. That's the only reason they take it.
Well, and if they needed our money, they would keep it. Like, that's the biggest thing is like, we get so excited when we get these tax returns and it's like, do you realize they took all this money from you to not use it? And
a free loan.
Yeah. Right. And it's like, do you understand how fucked that is? You know, and it's so frustrating at times.
Yeah, we are. Anyways,
see,
things are looking up, guys. And
more moderate side of me when it comes.
How would it be if we saw? And trust me, there was a time when and the parties. I know everyone likes to lean into the parties. You go back 120 years, the Republicans were the progressives, and the Democrats were the conservatives. And there was a switch shortly before that. There really wasn't a switch in the 60s. That's something they lay on there, but that's because the Southern Democrats were still holdovers from the previous century. And
I think it's tech. I think tech has created elitists, wealthy people beyond wealthy compared
every
to
time.
And when they are the new Democrats, and they're not particularly kind. They don't understand the plight of the working man for the most part. That's what I've seen. I have seen more conservatives who understand the plight of the working man. We're like, we don't care. Leave the ideology away. Get it out. We just want to be able to work and provide for our families. That should not make us bigots.
Do you know why it is? There's a long story. I could tell you that. I'll try to surmise the long story into a short story. So at the end of the Republican progressive era, when the Democrats took it over, the Democrats were real big on credentialism and moving towards that. So they started moving the colleges towards credentialism under Woodrow Wilson. They wanted to have credentialed managers, a managerial state. I mean, there was actually a Colonel House. He was Wilson's controller, wrote a book called The Administrator. Boringest book ever. I only almost kind of tried to read it. It's hot garbage, but it was about that credentialist state where a guy went to college and became super smart about everything, and he ran the whole country. And it's kind of a fascist wet dream. But anyways, so you move along, and we're living through that culmination where right now the Democrats changed under, the Democrats always kind of had this, but they were more for the working man, the blue collar. But under Clinton, they kind of changed to where they were going to fight for the college educated above all else. And so that's what they've been fighting for. And with that, and they made that Faustian bargain, the colleges preached whatever the Democrat Party wanted and pushed out anyone who wasn't a Democrat at the same time. So it was kind of a chicken and an egg situation. Who knows which came first and which did what, but they fed off each other. So you have this growth in the Democrat Party where the Democrat Party right now, they will crawl over broken glass to aid college educated, and they have really left behind the working class, the people they used to support. But the Republicans, in response to that, where the Republicans used to be corporatists, now that we've moved into this managerial style, all the corporations are ran by the college educated, which are Democrats because they went to
Right.
college and
Right.
it was a snake that was eating its tail on that side. So the Republicans changed, and I think Trump tapped into this. The Republicans, in response to that, because they had no one else to grab onto, they grabbed onto boosting the working class, which is
Yes.
another thing with the open borders. The open borders takes the lower middle class or the upper working class from other countries and brings it in and forces the wages of your working class down and forces your lower class into extreme poverty.
Right.
And it also chews up all the housing so that your housing prices go up. It's a
Yes.
horrible situation. We've got to figure that one out also.
I don't think we need to figure it out. I think we need to say no. But so I just got this thing in it, and it ties into everything. Demonstrators needed, looking for demonstrators to get involved in downtown. This is Seattle, this Sunday, the 14th, looking for provocative style wear to help make a point. Food and drinks will be provided. $500 base pay for being there between the hours of noon and 4. $500 bonus for any evidence of First Amendment suppression from government officials. These are paid, these are organized. And I would not put it past us to have the same thing in Utah. There's definitely groups like Black Menaces who will be out there ready to record anything and to say enough to get to incite, but they will know that line of what not to cross over. That's what I would expect. I have no intention of being there. I'm going to be giving a speech for people who just took American citizenship classes. That's what I'll be doing tomorrow. Because
I'm going to go fishing tomorrow.
That's a really good idea. It's a really good idea to stay away,
yeah.
because I do think that if, and I'm not saying this is the case, but we don't know, and if it is a uniparty situation, maybe. Violence and civil war type behaviors will justify authoritarian measures.
Yeah.
So I just think, you know what? Leave them. I'll say this, and I'm sure Katie won't agree with me, and I don't know if you'll agree with me, but leave them in the situation they were on J6, where they had to start something.
Yeah.
Like, make them do it. I'm not interested in,
I'm not going. One, I don't go to protests. I'd rather go fishing. Besides, fishing's fun, and protest sounds awful.
Yeah, and I think too, like, we have to remember is like protesting is such a sacred right in this country that if they are upset about something, that they should be, people should be given that time and that space. Does that mean you get to burn cars or whatever? No, but I think the people who are, from my understanding, running these protests have been really advocating for peaceful protests. You know what I mean?
I hope so. I hope so. But what if the Trumpers have people in their midst?
And that's very possible. You know what I mean? If you have bad actors like that cause issues, you know what I mean? But I think it's so vital that people allow themselves to protest and be heard and express themselves within the bounds that is not harmful to others. You know what I mean? It comes back to this idea of like agency and bodily autonomy to do these type of things.
I agree. And here's another thing I'm concerned with. So I do believe that Black Bloc and Black Bloc, Antifa, I do believe that they go out and aggravate stuff. And I feel bad for the Democrats in this point, that I think most Democrats, when they go out to protest, they do it earnestly and honestly.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't think the Democrat Party is out and out communist. I think they're light socialist, but I think that's just because most of them are. I don't want to say, I want to say most of them don't understand what they're fighting for. Although I do see their point in their arguments, but what happens is you'll, on the back end of that, you'll have red anarchists they'll come in and they'll mingle with. So as far as Democrats and the communists, the red anarchists, they're aligned on quite a bit of stuff, on the Black Lives Matter front, they're aligned, and on the queer theory, they're aligned and all that. But they're not aligned on, civility and those things, because the red anarchists are not civil, and they'll come in and mix in with them, and then they'll cause problems, which will spread into crowd madness or just an over response that gets a lot of innocent Democrats sucked up into it.
Yeah, and I think it has to become that thing too. Is that the Democrats' fault, or is it this? You know what I mean? Like we can't blame the Democratic people or liberal people, because the Democrats aren't running this; they aren't associated with this at all. And I think for liberal-minded folk that are going to this, that have good purpose and good reason, I don't think we can just say well, that's all bad. Do you know what I'm saying?
Well, let's
separate them out.
Let me lay it out like I would say if I was speaking to, say, inner city people in Chicago who are seeing gang fights.
Mm-hmm.
You have to eventually stand up for your own community. And if you see people coming in and causing a ruckus in your peaceful protest, you need to make sure you call it out quick and you get it solved quick. You need to go to the police and you say, look, this individual is doing bad, and don't because too many times the Democrats have cloistered in and protected them in the end because they were a part of their movement that maybe just got carried away. You've got to hold your own accountable. And the Republicans too. The Republicans should have done that on January 6th.
Yep.
The Republicans failed at that too. So everyone fails at that. Look, if I'm down fishing and a bad guy fisherman came up next to me, I'd probably tell him, good job if he caught a fish, because that's what I'll be doing. That's my form of protest.
Oh,
but you see what I'm saying? But
I think that on January 6th, there were people who were saying, hey, don't do that. Don't join in with those people. I definitely do not believe that Trump incited it. In fact, he told people to calmly make your voices heard. So personally, that's where I stand on these things. And I do know that we at least had one person here from Utah who was an instigator.
Mm-hmm.
And he was only arrested for a very, very short time. I also think that what happened to most of the January 6ers, or not even the extremely violent ones, they were in prison cells that were pretty tiny.
They were locked in solitary confinement for what amounted to misdemeanors.
I would like to see the same thing happen to the instigators on the other side. That's what I
agree. I agree. Now,
but why this eye for an eye mentality? Why can't we say this was wrong and we want to do better?
Because there is no we want to be better. Because there's a book that says, when we were in power, we asked you for mercy and you gave it to us because that was according to your rules. And that's what Republicans tend to do.
When we are weak, we ask for liberty.
Okay.
And when we are strong, we deny it to you.
Yeah.
I can't remember the exact words, but yes.
When we were in power, but when you were in power, we asked you for our freedom and you denied us because that's according to our rules, and that's where we're at. They've already said it before, but they've already said it before. Jasmine Crockett said that the second they get back in power, all of these investigations and the coming after them and locking them up is all starting all over again. So we have to, in my opinion, say no more. If you destroy, which guess what? The January 6th people did not do. The one person who climbed over the thing, she got shot in the face.
They also broke windows and chairs.
Dead, and they went to jail for 4 years. Meanwhile, we've got people burning cars down, standing and waving flags. I lived in Seattle. I saw it, and I saw nothing happen.
Here's what I will say. In bigger cities, there has been deference to the left, 100%. And in rural areas, there has not. The trials on January 6th became a dog and pony show. I believe January 6th was an idiot move. Yes, there was damage done. That was a very small percent of the people that did the damage. Jaden X did get arrested for a short time. And then when they did the full roundup, he got arrested again and he was serving time. He was also pardoned by Donald Trump.
Yeah.
That's an interesting thing. But
No.
there were
Like
a lot of people.
He sometimes does what people tell him to.
There were a lot of people, a lot, over 100, who went into solitary confinement for some over a year, some shy of a year, but right around a year. Solitary confinement is pretty brutal pre-punishment.
It
To
ruins
no
the
due
psyche.
process, by the way.
To hold on to get charged with a misdemeanor in the end.
Right.
That's my thing. I would say
Yeah.
solitary confinement for felonies, sure. But in the end, when the charges roll down and they say misdemeanor,
Right.
solitary confinement's pretty heavy for that. That's
Right.
pretty heavy for a charge that doesn't even land you into state prison. At the most, you can serve time in your local jail.
Yeah.
So,
My
and-
biggest issue is Republicans are weak. That is seriously my biggest issue, and I'm not going to
Now-
apologize for that.
I don't want to see the Republicans go hard on every Democrat rolled up.
No, because
But
how do you
that's-
expect a nation to heal?
But that is what happens in crowds.
Yeah, I struggle with this idea of like, well, they did it to us, so we're going to do it to them. Like, I don't live personally by that belief of, like in the scriptures, it talks about turning the other cheek. And I think that's personally for me, something I've always lived by, because it's just like, even though half Christian, I suppose, but I struggle with this because it's like, if you're the party of Christian values, why would you want that for someone? Because solitary confinement ruins mental psyches. Like, it's
You
just
bet.
there. And it's like, so why would you want that for someone else?
Because in the Bible, it also says, be gentle as a serpent and wise as a dove and gentle as a serpent. And they'll do it to us. So there has to be a don't even try. We're
So-
not playing anymore because they count on us. Just like in Utah. You come to Utah and you go, we can take over Utah. They're so easy. They're so gullible. Let's just take over them because they're going to go, oh, well, it would never happen here.
And that's
That is
why
what
we have a
happens.
super majority Republic. Like, I think this is a bit like
I know them. They are not. There are so many that you're just like, that was not a Republican move. You
But
guys
they could pass bills without Democrat. Like, that's the thing that gets me.
but the bills that they pass are not what most conservatives want. Their Republican is a cloak. That's why they have that term that I don't really like of rhino. But that's why, because they're still lining up. They're still like, oh yeah, we're going to get them. Let's go. And then when they get into power, they do nothing.
Well,
And meanwhile, these other people are waiting to crush it. No. So like I said, there's about 12 of us across the nation who are those parents who are digging deep down and who are getting, when we get sent on these trips and whatever else, we also know that if Democrats come to power, we, including me, little me sitting here in my, talking to you guys, we're considered domestic terrorists. We did not do that to you guys.
I just struggle with this a wee bit, to be very frank, because I struggle with that mentality. It's just based on treating people with.
Did
how
you
I would
think
want
that the
to
people
do
should
that.
have been let out? Did you think that the J6ers should have been let out, or do you think that they got what they deserved in being in solitary confinement for 4 years?
I don't think solitary confinement. I had relatives in prison. I know what it's like.
So do you think that people should have been kept in jail for 4 years,
Not
even
for
if it
that.
wasn't
You
for
have to go-
misdemeanors?
You have to go for misdemeanor. Most misdemeanors are fines at most. And that's the thing is that, but even still, the idea and the desire to punish others because if a group of people were punished in a certain way, why would you want that for families and people?
Because I don't want to be the next one in jail for doing nothing except for saying I'm not going to use your pronouns, and I'm going to tell people that that's happening. I
And
don't
I
want to go
think
to jail for that.
I don't think that's reality. I don't
Oh,
think
it
that's
is.
reality that that's going to happen.
It is reality. It is happening.
Where?
Well, let's take the UK. It's
No
already
one's going
happened.
to prison for using the wrong pronouns.
So in the UK, a woman, all she said after 3 little girls were stabbed, she made a comment. She immediately deleted it. She is still in prison 4 years later. People are going to prison. They are saying that it should be legally. There are people who are trying to get this into law, that if you don't use pronouns, you go to prison. And absolutely, they did a study and found out that they were saying that people who were Catholics, parents who were Catholics, are literally domestic terrorists.
Well, it did come out that the FBI under Joe Biden did target Catholics, and then when they got called out, they withdrew it pretty quick, but the paperwork was still there. That I think came out last week or the week. I think it was last week. I remember I was at work when I heard that, because I remember them saying that there was a lot of ridiculousness that happened when parents went to PTA meetings and then got put on lists for arguing against
Our local school district,
whatever.
our local school district said that parents, like they signed the letter that parents were domestic terrorists. This happened, and it's still. So her name was Lucy Letby. And she was a nurse, and no, not sorry, that's not her, not Lucy Letby, Lucy Connolly.
Wasn't she the wife of a former politician?
Like a representative, yes.
Yeah. And what she said was, after those kids were murdered, she said on Twitter, something like, burn down all of the hotels. I don't even care anymore.
Yep.
And then deleted it like the same night.
Yep.
But they did go and pick her up. She had I remember I heard about this on Trigonometry.
Yes.
She had a hearing like a month ago.
She also had just lost her infant son and was on antidepressants. But she's still in jail.
But we don't need to talk about that failed state that was our proto-American failed state over there. They almost made it to greatness. Thank God they blazed a trail into battle and we took the hill. But
those are the real fears that real people like me have.
But
and I think they're genuine. Like, I don't want to go to jail.
Now, what I do have to say is we do remember the rhetoric of why I voted for Trump. I voted for the first time since Bill Clinton. Since I voted in 94 and then I voted again last year simply because of Kamala Harris's anti-First Amendment speech, where she was, can't remember exactly, but she was saying that the First Amendment's a problem and they're going to have to address that. And that the First Amendment is the most important amendment, but the Second Amendment's more important because it keeps the first whole.
So just now, a group of anti-ICE rioters breached the barricade at the U.S. Capitol. So should they not get the same as what happened before?
They didn't break in and break a window, though. They didn't have zip ties and setting up. What are those things called that they used by the French?
There was only... Well, hold on.
Yeah, go ahead.
I've got to correct Katie on this. There was only 2 guys that had zip ties, and they didn't have zip ties. They had what's called flex cuffs because they were LARPers.
Right.
And the flex cuffs are like zip ties, but they're made out of nylon. Like they're made out of shoelaces. a thing. Police officers carry them. They're light. They can be folded, thrown in a pocket. But I don't think they took those there with any notion of capturing anybody and holding them hostage. I mean,
It
there was
doesn't look good,
nobody.
though. Like
Huh?
if you were putting that to a court and a jury.
Let me tell you what happened.
Mm-hmm.
The guys were wearing their tactical vests, and those cuffs were just something that was from their tactical kit.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
They weren't like those flex cuffs weren't taken with intention of the flex cuff.
Right.
The tactical vests were taken because they wanted to look cool. Maybe they were trolling for some strange or something. I don't know.
Right.
But
yeah, and I don't think most people are aware when they bring stuff like that into a place what it'll look like to others.
I'm sure when they put on the vest in the morning, they had no intention at all of walking into the Capitol.
Yeah, it's very possible.
I imagine no one had real intention of that, except if there were people who incited it. I'm not saying there were.
It was the dorkiest insurrection in all history, considering the fact that we heard how violent we are, that we are the biggest threat to America. That is what we've been told, but yet nobody carried guns. If they wanted an insurrection, if they wanted a war, these are people who know how to shoot. These are the patriots, right?
I mean, there's a lot to it. There is video that shows that, and I don't think the police did it on purpose, but they fired smoke grenades behind the group, which forced the group further forward. Or not smoke grenades, CS grenades. So they fired gas behind the people that forced them into them. I think that was a tactical error. It was probably an officer that wasn't very good at his job. You know, maybe they shouldn't have had him on the less lethal launcher. But I mean, that did happen, and I don't know. I'm not here to argue or justify January 6th. But what I do know is that. What was it? 5/29 was a lot more brutal than January 6th. I mean, they lit a church on fire. They ran the president into the bunker, and the Democrats laughed about it. They called him Bunker Boy over it.
Yeah.
And so a tempo was set all through that, and it was set by both sides. Yes, the Democrats have to eat some responsibility for it. The Democrats also have to eat responsibility for overreacting to COVID, which turned the tempo up on everything.
How about Summer of Love?
Well, that was caused by the overreaction to COVID, in my humble, low IQ opinion. You know, so all these things they recycle, and we're amped up into where every election is a death match for both sides. And how do we get out of that? We make it so that if a president wins, it doesn't make that big of effect on your life.
Well, it doesn't. That's the crazy thing, is like president's election doesn't make this huge effect on most Americans' lives. It's the state representative.
It shouldn't.
Yeah.
But when Biden goes to promise, when Biden goes to promise paying off student loans, that hits me in two ways. Okay. That hits me in one, I'm going to have a larger tax burden, right? But it also hits me in the competitive pay market that I am alive and well in.
Yeah.
Just got made more competitive for me and less competitive for someone else. And no one even reflected on that for a minute.
Right. Yeah, and I look at it as more like the laws that really just affect our daily life are coming from our states.
Well, and that is true, 100%.
Because it's like
you should focus on your local elections, the laws, the taxes, those things, but
really hit from there.
And right now, you can't say to any Los Angelian that Donald Trump winning didn't have a direct effect on their life.
For sure.
Right? So presidential election, that's why I'm saying the way to fix this is to make it so they don't. And can everyone with me, everyone out there in internet land, say it with me? The way to fix this is the 10th Amendment. That's to make it so that The general government doesn't have that effect. And the states get to decide stuff that's not in the Constitution. And if it's in the Constitution, the states just have to abide.
Well, then should the federal government not have to pay for the decisions made by the states?
Well, of course not. Of course not. States should try to be solvent entities on their own. They should attempt to, obviously. And
So
you
when they
get
let their
states.
states burn down and then they say, hey, federal government, come and take care of us.
Well, yeah, that's a threat threefold. I mean, that's coming from the environmentalists. That's coming from, well, yes, the environmentalists. They're watermelons. They're communists with a green shell, and they're trying to destroy the wealth of this country, and they're hitting it through the environmental movement. They're trying to shut down industry so that we hit that breaking point that the Bolshevik Revolution 2.0 can happen.
Mm-hmm.
And they're the enemies of all of us.
Yeah. Well, I need to go.
Yeah.
'Cause I gotta get up early.
Instead, hey, Katie, thank you for coming on.
Anytime
You're awesome as
for you.
always.
Thank you. Anything for you. Let me know if you need anything.
I like having you two podcasts because you guys get kind of spicy. I get to sit back and enjoy the show.
I mean, I don't feel like I'm very spicy.
Well, no, but you guys counteract each other because there are.
Carrie believes in different things than I do,
Yes.
and that's because of her lived experience and what she's learned through life that I might particularly not to subscribe to just because I've had a different life experience, and I'm respectful of the fact, like, she's lived experiences that I have not, and she very likely could know more than I, you know what I mean? And I can't be a dick about it, Well,
no, I love it the both ways because look, both sides have a very good point.
Yeah.
They do. And don't worry, sit back. The ideals of the party you're involved with now will change again before we're gone.
I think it's the healthiest conversation to be able to find somebody that you can talk to, even if you very much disagree. To be able to just to walk away and not go, oh, I hate that person, is something that we need to model often.
Yep. Okay, so before you go, Katie, shout out your especially your Cancer Foundation.
I am an ambassador for the American Cancer Society's Cancer Action Network. We do a lot of lobbying for bills. We'll be starting to fundraise here soon, or at least I will be, for our DC trip that's coming up in September. We're just going to get people there to lobby for cancer bills. Right now, our big focus is helping things with like screening, getting people early screening for their cancer care, especially most cancers can be easily treated if it's found early. Mm-hmm. And I know this for myself. I'm 22. When I was 22, I am 22, not that young anymore. When I was 22, I was diagnosed with breast cancer, and I have a genetic mutation. And so screening is very important for me, and it's very important for others. Look at things like breast cancer is very treatable if you get screening done, but also for men, getting your prostate done and getting that checked is so vital. So
colon cancer, get that checked. Get your PSAs done all the time. And they're getting so much better at finding cancer non-invasively. I mean, the future is bright. We got a magical future ahead of us. Okay, our kids have a magical future ahead of us. I'm an old man. They're not going to fix me yet. But,
I mean, it's fair. I think too, we look at like women's healthcare and, like uterus and ovarian cancer for so long. It was kind of seen as like a death sentence, but I think in the last 10, 20 years, we've gotten exceptionally better with screening. Mm-hmm. So
screening solutions. Yes.
Yep.
So everyone, American Cancer Society, get ready for the donate. I'll force her to share it, on our page as well. I mean, twist her arm. It'll be rough. She'll squill a little bit, but I'll get it on there. We want to support that. That cancer is the one thing that touches everybody's life. Everybody knows somebody or is somebody who
Yeah.
gets to shake hands with that devil.
Yeah.
Yes. All right, Carrie, shout out your stuff.
Yep, I am the state director, state liaison for Utah Moms for America. So if you hear our message and you like what you hear, please reach out. I also I have a YouTube channel where I do long form interviews. That is Carib Marcel. Be Not Afraid on YouTube.
Outstanding. Be Not Afraid. So you guys check them out. We got to throw support at people that we like. Hamina. Thanks everyone for joining us tonight. We really didn't get to the Israel-Iran. Maybe that's just because there's no solution for that one.
I'm actually really upset with I don't understand it all yet. So I just know that
I don't know. All I know is bombs are launched and
that Trump said we knew all along really bothers me. And I don't know what that means, but that is very different than we're having peace talks. So until I dig more, I don't know. I can't say more, but that
and I don't know what Trump is seeing. I don't know what Netanyahu's seeing. And I don't know. That's the Gordian knot that of our time. And it's going to be interesting. In 100 years, the history books will read about the Middle East and it'll be insane to them, like us reading about the Balkans in the late 1800s, early 1900s, going, what a wild place. It was just insane. And that's how they're going to read it, because it just seems like there's no answer there. And you can find empathy on all sides. And that's the hardest part to come to terms with. That's why I don't understand how people can totally jump in on one side or the other and be all for it when there's empathy on all sides. I understand all.
Yeah.
Yeah, man.
It's human beings, but
you want to fix it? Force a law. They have to intermarry. You can't marry someone from your own country. Yeah. Anyways, that's true. An awful idea, Jared. Thanks, ladies. And I'm sure Dave wants to thank you too, but he had to jump off because he's in Florida. And Florida Dave, thanks for coming on. Yeah. Lucky bugger.
Have a good night.
Yes. You guys have a wonderful night. And everyone's